Hey Rengoku, how's it going? What's up? Happy Sunday. How's your weekend going? I've been here, Daywalker. Where have you been? I think chat's late today. Hey, Luck. What's up? How you doing? How is it going? I didn't see anyone talking in the Twitch lobby. Sounds sus. Sounds super sus. After 5 years, finally Fairy Tail is back. Ooh, the anime? I remember watching, I think I watched season 1 of that. Pretty sure. That's weird. I wonder if my YouTube streams have been under the 11 section. If they've been under something random the whole time. Game title optional. How do I permanently save that? I remember liking Fairy Tail, but I remember nothing about it. Wave 3 clear today at like, yeah. I was thinking around 9 to 10 p.m. Central. We have a little bit scheduled before, like right after sortie time. Mainly a booba with Vilroy, but then right after that, we can go straight to Dynamis. Ken! That's not funny.
Violets are blue. Ijin's bed is not full of poo, but he dies today. Happy Ijin Death Day.
Ken! That is an abuse of the bit system. Okay, that is abuse of the automated text-to-speak system. You should feel terrible. It's not KekW. Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him to behave like that. Not okay. Hey, Lion Tamer. How's it going? Alright. Let's see. What did we do? We did this. Then Lion Tamer, we did a V20 attempt for you yesterday. We take that out? I don't think so. Alright, so you had 2 V25s, and now you're down to 1, because we did one yesterday. We currently have 2, we have Gator Dunn and Gargi, I think. So we have two slots filled. 1 slot open, still. Got you down for a V20 Boomba on Monday or Tuesday? We can. Here, let me add the schedule for next week. Right now. You had something from the anniversary stream? You have one dense cluster, one sport, and you have 2 Dynamis 25 RP. Oh, you have a Naomi R25 too.
X underscore in Goku underscore X just cheers.
So technically, you could just take out of that too.
Poo-poos.
And Rengoku with the 3,400 bits in the first snipe of the day. Thank you so much, Rengoku. Actually, that'd be a double, right? That's 2 spins. Oh yeah, that's fine. So we can keep you at 2 V25s. Well, it's kind of weird how that works. But yeah, I guess it's the same thing. It works either way. We can work on your Naomi R25 from the anniversary wheel. Or the Mog Hunt wheel, I should say. Alright, so we're all covered then. Cool, cool, cool. And then I'm adding schedule for next week. July 8th. To July 14th. Probably the same thing here. Do you prefer Monday or Tuesday, Ken? Pick a day. Hey, Laura Pascal. What's up? How you doing? Yes, that is completely fine. Alright, well, if you want to do... Actually, how will that work? I wonder. Technically, Tuesday works better. Okay, now that I'm looking at the schedule, Tuesday theoretically works better. So we wouldn't be running up against the clock for... Omen. Okay, I'm gonna put you down for Tuesday. And B20 Booba clear. Okay. Baggery. Did this yesterday. That's today. That's today. And then we're gonna shoot for Wednesday early Dynamics Divergence. Question is how early? Alright, schedule's up for next week. Let me know if you want to add anything for next week. Pick a day, pick a time. Let me know. You can add it. Alright, here we go. First 2 spins of the day for Rengoku. Thank you again so much. As always, very, very, very appreciated. Hey Xerox, what's up? Hey Mage. Alright, here we go. What do we got? First spin of the day is a Yuko tree. Hey! Let's go. It's a bacon. Fresh chicken, bacon chips. Alright, I'm going. Alright, I'm going. You good? You good? There you go. Whoa! Whoa! Be careful. It's gonna take a finger one day. Alright, and now spin number 2. Oh, Yuko's blocking it. Get out of the way, Yuko. And... ooh, 3 VD Amber. Not quite the rant. I'm totally gonna watch The Acolyte soon, because I want to rant about The Acolyte. It seems like it's entertaining. I won't say how it's entertaining, but it definitely will allow us to have some conversations about it. At the very least, there'll be a subject of conversation. Just a bit good in that. The Boys has been wild. Really? The more recent episode? It's so weird. I feel like people haven't been talking at all about House of the Dragon or The Boys. Kind of like they just released and people are just dead silent on them. Doesn't sound like they're bad, but it also doesn't sound like they are, I don't know, raising the broader eyebrows of people. Okay. Rengoku up to 151. Ambu. Grass is up to 3 million or 3,490. Okay. The Boys is at the point where you almost feel dirty for watching it. Wait, because of like the gore and the nudity? Or more than that? Something different. That's interesting. Well, shit. Never mind. Guys, I can't stream today. I have to catch up on The Boys. Yeah, sorry. No AEONIC. Gotta catch up on The Boys instead. Rip. Let's try to actually finish the AEONIC set on time today. Can I do it? Can I not be 30 plus minutes late? Hopefully not. Seven. Ashing crayfish. satchel. It's way more than that. It's right up there with salad tossing. Whoa! That escalated quickly. The one before was ridiculous, and then they went over the top with the next one. But you like it. The season 3 start getting better? I think so, yeah. I like the voice from the very start. I don't think it ever had like a bad season that I can remember. I feel like the pushing of the envelope's good as long as the show is ending. But apparently the next season is the last season. So it might work out for him. Hey Max. Hey Catnip. What's up? How's it going? The spoilers is that there are spoilers. I haven't watched it either, so I would agree, no spoilers. Thank you. Got this, got this. Do they? Do the Square Enix people know how to tug at your heartstrings? In what way? I feel like Square Enix has floundered the most nostalgia and goodwill from their community. They could have done so much better. Kind of crazy to me that Pokemon did such a good job with its marketing and its brand appeal and like making money off of merch and shit like that and doing things aside from just the game to make the franchise popular and profitable, whereas like Final Fantasy felt like had so much goodwill and the opportunity to do the same if not more, but they just kind of squandered every little thing. It's like there's not a single good Final Fantasy anime that like really made it super popular. There's not a single good Final Fantasy movie. And they kind of tried with Spirits Within, but then that flopped and they never tried ever again. You know? Like the media presence of like Final Fantasy, aside from just the games alone, is just like non-existent. Feels like kind of a waste. Squandered potential. Final Fantasy can be any genre it wants, though. It doesn't have to be... Like, it can literally shapeshift or morph into anything. And like I said, it's not like they didn't try. They did a Final Fantasy anime called Final Fantasy Unlimited. They did a movie called Final Fantasy Spirits Within. They did more. It's just that they just kind of didn't do them very well. They didn't kind of, like, do as well as you would think they would, considering the IP, the franchise. They did Advent Children. I don't know how big Advent Children was, but I don't think it was big enough. Well, there's no kids playing Final Fantasy now. That's the whole point. Is that the whole argument? That, like, Pokemon did an incredible job of, like, keeping its core audience, pandering to its core audience, marketing to its core audience, and making merch and products for its main audience. It did an incredible job at capitalizing on that and making it stronger and bigger. Whereas Final Fantasy just kind of felt like it floundered at all. It had that opportunity, but it just kind of dropped the ball. No? I think at one point, you know, Final Fantasy had the game plan, or had the idea to do kind of what Pokemon was doing. If they were smart, they would try to do it. Shit. Oh, what's that? In my mind, like, how hard is it for Square Enix to just shop a random anime, one of the great animes, right? Or one of the great anime writers, like Attack on Titan. Like, how hard would it have been for them to, like, poach the Attack on Titan guy? Instead of calling it Attack on Titan, they could have called it Final Fantasy Attack on Titan. Right? Just, like, throw their name on it. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. They could shop around for an incredible manga creator, and then instead of adapting it to just straight up that anime, they just, like, slap their own product name on it, and they make it Final Fantasy Attack on Titan, or Final Fantasy Naruto, or I don't know, something like that. And then that's because, like, Final Fantasy, you know, it has certain themes that you can probably easily incorporate into it, right? But even then, like, Final Fantasy can literally be whatever they want it to be. It doesn't have to be like Final Fantasy VII. It doesn't have to be like Final Fantasy X. It can be like that. That's the whole point, is that with every new property, it reinvents itself and it can do anything it wants. No, not Final Fantasy the Acolyte. No. Although Star Wars Final Fantasy does sound kind of appealing. Could have potential. Exactly, they never partnered up with Studio Ghibli. I mean, Studio Ghibli made their own fucking RPG. How come Studio Ghibli partnered up with Bandai Namco to make Ni no Kuni, and it wasn't a slam dunk for Squaresoft or Square Enix to come in and be like, yeah, we'll partner up with Studio Ghibli to make a Final Fantasy RPG with one of the most preeminent, you know, anime creators in Japan. How did that not happen? How did that partnership not happen? And that's the thing, like, they follow all the worst trends. If they were smart, they would have, like, looked at Breath of the Wild, they would have looked at Grand Theft Auto 5 or Genshin Impact and said, yeah, we should do this exactly, but make it like Final Fantasy. That's all they had to do. Maybe it would have been exactly what I wanted personally, but it would have been hyper successful. Instead, what did they do? They do Final Fantasy the First Soldier, the mobile MOBA game. They do Foam Stars. They do Marvel Avengers. They do Babylon's Fall. Like, who asked for any of these games? Who wanted these? Well, like, who is the fan base they're trying to make these games for? Like, I don't get it. It's not their existing fans, that's for goddamn sure. They're chasing ghosts. They're chasing phantoms of like They're not making games with their core fans anymore, and they're chasing this phantom fan base. It sounds like a fucking fake guru type bullshit, where it's like, envision the fan you want, not the fan you have. It's almost like they've gone Disney, right? Like, envision, make a TV show for the fan you want, not the fan you're stuck with right now. Ignore the fan you're stuck with right now. Actively besmirch, actively talk down to, and actively disrespect your current fan base. And then pander to the fan base you want, that you dream of having someday. That's the reality we're in right now. Well, they're remaking 9 instead. Apparently that's the thing they're working on. And last time they talked about remaking 6, they said something like, it'd be too hard. It'd be too much work, so they don't want to bother. Unfortunately. Yeah, it would make the most sense because it's a pixel game that's beloved and super popular. Final Fantasy VI probably has the most goodwill behind it. Imagine modernizing the graphics for that. That alone would sell it like crazy. But they don't want money. They'd rather do crypto and NFTs. They think that's more that's more upside. That's more up their alley than remaking 6. That's their line of thinking. Why remake 6 when we can make a crypto NFT game instead? That's what the fans want. That's what they'll pay for. Got my mismount bone chip. I'm hearing more negative sentiment towards Dawntrail than ever. Seems like Dawntrail is extremely divisive, especially the story. It's weird because, like, normally even if it's mediocre or mid, you'll have the 14 community defending it to the ends of the earth, no matter how mid it is. But you're seeing a division now where people are actively speaking, not necessarily in a negative way, but in a more critical way. Which is kind of new. No. Instead, I watched a video about 1998 Godzilla and Independence Day. Because I couldn't find where to watch Independence Day, and I didn't want to buy it. So I just watched a video about somebody else critiquing it. Not critiquing it, but just saying, like, why they like it. Why it's so bad and why it's so good because it's so bad. Which I completely agree with. Star Wars is dead now? Only just starting today? Implying it was alive before? Interesting. It was. Apparently, back when it first released, though, people hated it. Like, the reviewers, the thumbs up guy, the thumbs up and thumbs down guys, Siskel and Ebert, they both gave it a thumbs down. Independence Day got critically bombed. Like, if it was like Rotten Tomatoes right now, it'd be like Independence Day would be like a 10 on a critical review scale, and it'd be like a 95% on the audience score. Fans fucking loved it, and critics hated it. I think you're right. Critics don't matter, especially critics for like Rotten Tomatoes. What a scam! What a scam of a website in terms of like critic reviews. Like the fact that the Acolyte got like a 95% critical score of like all the reviewers fucking love it and won't stop talking how great it is, but then the audience score is like 10%. Like, there's a huge disconnect there. That's just silly. There's no way it should be that big. It just makes you think, I'd understand if it was more divisive. It was like a 50% critical score, like half the critics hated it and half the critics were like okay with it. Or at least the critics were giving it like a, I don't know, more middle of the line review. Because it's clearly not a 10 of 10 show. Let's be real. The Acolyte is not the best Star Wars thing that we've had. But it's being treated like it is by the critics. Which is, to me, is like, okay, well, they're bought and paid for. Like, clearly Disney is spending, like, maybe that's where the $180 million budget went. Maybe they spent $1 million making the damn show, and $179 million paying off critics to give it an okay review. I am not a bone crafter, no. I'm just buying some bones. I am definitely missing something. Question is, what? Hey, Shiraj. What's up? You get the same thing in game reviews too, though. There's so many just absolute shit games that get released, and you know they're shit, and they're clearly bad, but they get like 9 out of 10, and 8 out of 10, right? Like, reviews kind of mean nothing anymore. And then obviously when there's a great game, it gets good reviews because it actually is great, but then they jump on the bandwagon. It's like games that would normally have gotten a 5 or a 6 out of 10 in the past are all getting 8s and 9s because they can pay for it. Because they can afford it. Pride, what's up? Ooh, more mulch. You got a 14 commercial? Nice. Hey, they're good at marketing. They're getting better at marketing. That's good. Damn, 1 million gil for worm mulch? Holy shit, I have to start farming my own. It's not that hard to get. Not a mil gil worth, that's for sure. I that's all the pops. I think I got everything. Oh, crystal. Void crystal. It's all about making a good trailer and demo. That's all that matters in gaming now. If you can make a good, like, 2-minute trailer that gets people hyped, and a nice, like, 30-minute demo of the beginning of the game that's somewhat, like, has potential, seems somewhat interesting, that's, like, all you need. And even then, they're starting to be bad at that, too. Like the recent Star Wars trailer, that new Star Wars game, and the new Assassin's Creed game. Those trailers are causing more drama and more like negative community backlash than they are getting people hyped for the actual game. Which is kind of crazy if you think about it. How do you mess that up? Final Fantasy XI got a 4.7 out of 5? Where? Got a 4 out of 5 on X-Play. Remember that. Was that like Google review? Final Fantasy XI review. Got an 8 out of 10 out of IGN. Got a 7 out of 10 on RPG site. Got 4.7 on Google review. Has 60 ratings. Google users give it an 88% like this video game. Honestly, 2003 was when IGN actually had some critical backbone in it, left in its system. They hadn't become full shill by then. I don't know what point in history IGN and those other review sites became complete shill, completely sold out to corporate overlords. But they weren't always that bad. Like usually you could like believe in their review. They had some journalistic integrity. Now they've got none. Just sell out to the highest bidder. I am not gonna die this run, no. I'm feeling better. I'm not sick today. Feeling way better. Where did that work? Oh. That's why. I have you farming blue spells. You hope I'm happy. I am happy. If you're suffering, I'm happy. You're suffering on blue, playing Final Fantasy XI. Wait, are you farming on the character you're actually coming to Boomba on, though? For the V20? Or are you coming on a different character? No, wait, hold on. It still is positivity arc, though. Because Ken likes suffering. He enjoys it. So if he's suffering, that means he's happy, which is a positive thing. You see? So it's good. It is positive. Get it? It's logical. Smell tomato, fresh weed. Crystal. No, that'd be silly. I don't think they're that silly, but maybe. Why would they reward people that can already do Aminon, who are the people that already have the most +2s out of anyone else? I guess I wouldn't put it past them entirely to say fuck all the other players and only focus on the top 0.00001%. I mean, look at Match Trials, right? You wouldn't think they'd put so much resources and limited assets into content that only literally Shiraj is gonna do, but they made 3 new Match Trials just for Shiraj, for literally one player out of the entire game. Is the only one that actually likes it. So maybe they'll do the same thing with the sortie ROE. Maybe they're literally adding the ROE for the, I don't know, the handful of groups that actually do Aminon still. And that's all it's for. And everyone else is like, get fucked. Get screwed. guess I wouldn't put it past them to do that too. Wouldn't have been the first time. Okay. That's all of Rice and Jima traded in. All done. Next, we are moving on to Extra Ruan. I think it's going to be the opposite. I think it's going to be an easy ROE to get, and it's going to be very rewarding. Because my gut instinct is that they're, like, adding a +2 case is way more than I thought they would ever do, and way more rewarding and beneficial and, like, good-willed than I thought they would ever do. I thought it would be, like, an old case +1, and, like, that's it. Like, once a month. That's it. And it would take, like, on average, like, 3 years of doing that monthly to get 1 +2. And chances are it would be a shit one, not meant for, or not, like, you know, beneficial in the long run. So the fact that they're giving +2s right off the rip is already way more than I thought it would be. And then my gut instinct after that is like, oh, they're just going to make it really, really hard to finish the ROE to actually get the old case +2. That's my gut instinct, but I've been wrong so often with my gut instinct, with like how I think, or how I think that, or thought they would deal with rewards. Like with Vanabout is a great example, or Master Trials is a great example of how it's just dead wrong. So that's what makes me think that, like, it's just gonna be really easy. It's gonna be like, go and kill one boss, get an old case +2. And there's gonna be an old case +2 for every boss, or every, like, objective in all of Sortie. Like, kill the Abdella NM one time, case +2. Kill the Boot one time, case +2. Kill all the different bosses, case +2. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. I would think they would be more, like, keep it more rare, or make it, like, so it would be super exclusive, but that hasn't been what they're doing recently. It's been counter-logical. They've been so counter-logical recently. Got the Illuma ink. They made it sound like there aren't going to be any other ROEs for any other reward. Like, the only ROE is for case +2s. And nothing else. That's the assumption I'm going off currently. What's the cope? The cope was assuming that they would ever add a case +2. That was the hardest cope of them all. It's absolutely absurd and obnoxious that they're gonna add a whole new item to the game that hasn't existed for over a year since Sortie was added. and they're finally adding a case +2 that's going to guarantee an earring +2. That's hope. That's the fucking hope. What if they add a whole line of +3 earrings and you can get a +3 earring from the +2 case? Jesus. I doubt it. Maybe, but I doubt it. That'd be cool though if they had a chance of getting a old case +2 in the future from AEONIC. And it's like a message rate where it's like a 1 in 4 chance. You're guaranteed the old case +1, but also you have a rare chance of getting a +2 now. Maybe. I mean, the item is going to exist in the game now, so they could add it to Trove. They could add it to rewards from other content. Totally possible. Oh shit, I didn't do Albumin at all. Damn. I completely overshot Albumin. That's crazy. I guess I didn't finish top set then. Well, that's the beauty of 11. It doesn't matter where you start, just play the game. You're gonna be, you're behind either way. I think there's probably some play paralysis that a lot of new and returning players have, where they just have so many things to do. They want to do it in the most efficient way possible, but they get paralyzed because they don't know where to start, and they just end up doing nothing. When in reality, all you want to do is just want to log in and fucking do anything. Do the storylines, do the work on gear, play different jobs. Like, it doesn't matter what you do, just do anything. Just do anything. There's so many, like, boring, like, chores that you can just start on and work on while you think about something fun to do, too. Like, do your coalition assignments. It's a good example. Start working on just things that you need to get out of the way either way, eventually. Eleven has no lack of things to work on. Work on your Einherjar. You got a free, 10 minutes, and you haven't done your Einherjar for the day yet? Do your Einherjar. Do an Azul run. Work on your assaults for Mythic, right? All sorts of shit like that. Job point, yep, working on your job points, working on your master levels, working on your sub jobs, working on your merits. I always say to like new and returning players, like, I can't always promise that the thing you'll do will be fun, but I can promise that there's always something to work on. There's always something to do in 11. Something rewarding and meaningful that will progress your character into the future to be better, more efficient, stronger. Any new content added to 11? Well, there was Vanabout. We're getting eye level besieged by the end of the year, I think. They added a new high-tier battlefield. There's the seasonal events. We're getting a new ROE, Records of Eminence objective for Sortie. So kinda? Oh, Mash Trial. They added Mash Trials. There's 3 new Mash Trials they added within the last year. That too. It's not Snorty. Rude. Big rude. Fuck. Really? You think them changing the color would change how you feel about the content? If it was a blue hallway instead of a purple hallway, suddenly it's fine? What a weird thing to harp on. What a very weird thing to harp on. If it was salvage layout instead of outer Rakaznar layout, would it change anything? And that's the thing, like, how is Sortie any different from a lot of the other content the game has had historically? It really isn't, when you think about it. It's a set farming, like, it's not like Sky or Sea. But you always ran for 30 to 60 minutes. You had no problem running to camp and it taking an hour when you were going to Fafnir back in the day. You had no problem spending like 3 hours getting from one mission battlefield to the next mission battlefield back in the day. Chances are in a lot of games you play, like in 14, how long did you spend running around on a mount compared to actually playing the game? In new areas. You end up exploring a lot. You end up running around and not doing anything a lot in a lot of different games. It's fine for those. People used to like exploring in 11. But at the end of the day, when you even in Elden Ring, there's a lot of new bosses to do, sure, but when it comes down to like doing a specific boss fight, it's about memorizing it, becoming efficient at it, finding different ways to do it. But like that's kind of the thing with 11, is that the player base is so optimized and so focused on min-maxing and doing it the fastest way possible that they're not willing to compromise or find more, I don't know, different ways of doing it, right? That isn't like min-maxing. Like, for example, the thought of running around Sortie without Bolter Soul is just unthinkable now to people. Even if you could do it without core, nobody would. Gotta go fast. And then, at the end of the day, it's also an MMO. It's not a single-player game. It's an MMO. You're always gonna have repetition in MMO. It's crazy to think you wouldn't. This game has always had repetition. Ever since day one. From leveling to 75 to doing endgame content, you've always repeated the same thing over and over and over and over again. There we go. That's the whole point of our JRPG or MMO. You do the one piece of content 100 or thousands of times to get the reward. Hey Mocha, what's up? I know, but that's always been the fun thing about 11, at least to me, is the grind. It's not about doing one piece of content one time and then being done. It's about doing it many, 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 many times and having the fortitude, the mental fortitude, and the resolve to get shit done over the long term. It's like making a relic weapon back in the 75 cap era. It wasn't about clearing Dynamis or Shadowlord one time and then everyone got a relic weapon. No. You could kill Shadowlord and you might get a drop that one person in the entire alliance might get, and if you want more, you have to kill Shadowlord again to get more Dynamic Sword items. But if you wanted a relic weapon, then yeah. Talk about years of doing Dynamis, or funneling all the resources or currency into one person over a year, right? Now we're talking. Now we're gaming. As I do I need Fufu Beak? I do. I don't know, I just kind of embrace 11 for what it is. I'm not saying it's the only way to make a video game, and it's not the only fun way to do a video game, obviously. People have different tastes at different times, but I've always appreciated 11, especially in its later years, for embracing what makes it special. And not losing the essence of that. How easy would it have been for them with Sortie to go like the 14 track? Honestly, I think in some regards it didn't go far enough. Like Empyrean plus 2, here's a hot take. Empyrean plus 2 and 3 is far too easy to make. They should have made it way more long term, especially for plus 3. Like I feel like plus 2 was far too easy. And like plus 3 should have been what plus 2 is. Like, in order to get a plus 3, sorry, in order to get a plus 2, it should be the same right now as getting a plus 3. And getting a plus 3 should be the same as getting like a stage 4 prime weapon. So getting a plus 3 one piece of armor should be equivalent to getting one stage 4 weapon. But the compromise would be that the prime weapon currency and the armor currency would be separated. It wouldn't be the same currency like it is now. That would be my slight compromise. I'd be throwing the player base a bone. I feel like getting a plus 3 should be way more of a massive, like, holy shit thing. I feel like getting a +3 back when Abyssi was brand new was kind of that holy shit thing. There was +3. Wait, no. You're right, it was +2. There's normal quality, +1, and +2, and it stopped at +2. So I meant +2. Or, they could keep it exactly how it is now. It's the same progress to get +2. Same progress as it is now to get +3, but there should have been one more thing. There should be +3 augments to keep going. And getting one full augment pack done on one piece of armor would be equivalent to finishing a stage 4 or 5 weapon in terms of farming and galley and everything. Yeah. There you go. Easy. I just saved Sorky. Centurio and Bedurf. I guess technically the thing I would want to fix the most about Sortie, though, is just the rewarding feeling of doing the content. I would want to incentivize more people to get in there and just do the content, rather than procrastinate or put it off or not do it at all. I think the problem with Sortie is it's too it's not gamified enough. You need to gamify Sortie so much more to make it more fun for more people. That's part of the fun of playing a JRPG or an MMO, is the gamification of chores. Because at the end of the day, if you just look at it through, like, I don't know, just the barest bone analysis of, like, what am I doing it for, right? You just look at it through, like, just pure cost-benefit analysis, right? As it would take all emotion out, right? It is just a chore. But what makes an MMO so much fun is that you gamify it, right? You make it more fun than what doing a normal chore would be. You kind of psychologically trick yourself. Because at the end of the day, if you just look at, like, making a prime weapon, you could say, like, yeah, you could do the same run, you know exactly what your average is going to be, and then you divide that by the number of days it takes to do it, and you just do it, right? If you take all emotion or fun out of it. Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like the gamification of Sortie would be something like, you can go in and you can get a bonus of some kind, right? You get, like, happy hour. You go in and there's, like, a certain NM that gives, like, a bonus, and you can get, like, instead of getting 3k in a run, you get, like, 30k. Sometimes, right? Something like that. I don't know. And it wouldn't be guaranteed. Like, maybe you can go in and all the crap that you can get to drop, right? You can trade in for more galley. And then some days you'll get, like, a shit ton of stuff you can trade in, and you'll get, like, a ton of extra galley. And then other days you'll get, like, nothing, and you won't get much extra galley at all. But like that's what I mean by like the gamification of it, right? And that would mean like the points would vary quite a bit, but you wouldn't be able to perfectly math out exactly either. Like, okay, if I average 10k galley a day for the next 3 years, then I might finish this thing. Instead, it's like, well, one day I might get 10k, and the next day I might get 50k. So it'd be hard to be like, say for sure, and it would be fun because you get some variance. Hey Kitaro, how's it going? I mean, there's a reason why loot boxes are so popular. And you can add loot box mechanics to a game without actually having actual loot boxes. But I feel like 11 especially has always had loot box mechanics, right? It's the same reason why doing salvage every day was so much fun and so exciting. Or why people had so much fun camping Fafhog every fucking day, even though they didn't claim very often. Like, you had people that would claim Fafhog like once a week, and they was still the most fun thing they ever did, because the adrenaline rush, and the fact that, like, even if they only claimed once a week, that one time that they claimed, they had, like, delusions of grandeur, right? They're like, okay, today's the day, it's gonna drop a riddle for sure. Today's our day. There's always a chance. Like, there's always, like, even if you went and you didn't get the claim on the NM, you thought you had the opportunity to do it. Like, you didn't know how unfair it was, or you didn't know if the odds were stacked against you at all. You felt like it was an even playing field, and you had a chance at getting the cool drops, right? And you couldn't do, like, a math equation of, like, okay, so if I average this many claims per week on Fafnir, and it has this drop rate, and I have to spend this average amount of time per window for it to pop, it's going to take, on average, 7 years for me to get a riddle. You couldn't math it out, because, like, it was any given Sunday, right? Anything could happen. You show up, you could have gotten the claim, you could have killed it, boom, riddle that day. Or it could have taken 7 years still. I guess that's what I'd want to add to Sortie, is that any given Sunday feel, right? That, like, any day you could just get something super incredible. That isn't a fucking earring. I hate the earring system. I think that's what it's supposed to be. The earring system is supposed to be that, like, any given day you could get an old case +1, and any given day that old case +1 could be a +2 earring that you want, and then any given day that +2 earring that you actually want for a job that you play is maximum augment. There's just too many layers of bullshit, and nobody actually goes into a Sortie run thinking they're actually going to get a good, meaningful +2 earring, right? They went far too extreme with that system, to the point where nobody gives a fuck at all. I could get on board with that. I think a trading system would go a long way into fixing a lot of the issues that people have. Where it's like, what if you could just trade in 10 to 100 +1 earrings of any kind, and then guaranteed get what you want? You still have that RNG, and you'll still have the excitement of seeing an old case +1 every time. It'll be a pog moment, instead of just being another piece of crap that you know you're not going to get, right? Or another thing that you don't need or isn't really beneficial to you. Every single time you got like a piece of junk, you could add that piece of junk to the pile, and then eventually you can turn that pile into something that you want. Right now, you get so many of these worthless piles of crap in Sortie that don't ever exchange to anything meaningful, right? At a certain point, you get a pile of sapphires that you'll never need ever again. You get a certain pile of junk of starstones that you'll never need again. You just get more than you need, right? If you could convert that into something that you did need or was beneficial, to every run where you did a Sortie run, you're like, oh, nice, an extra starstone. I could trade that in for 10k galley now. Awesome. Instead, it's like, oh, great, another starstone. Who the fuck cares? More garbage. Yeah, true, and you don't gain gil in sortie either. That's another big problem. They didn't add any materials or new crafting shit for doing sortie. So people that didn't really already finish their Empyrean and already or weren't interested in making a Prime, right? These people would still play the game and they still want to play the game, but they have like no motivation. And for a lot of people, making some extra gil, it can be that motivation for doing content past its prime, or if they're not interested in the other stuff, right? I find that, like, a lot of people, like, especially me, like, I usually just need, like, a couple or even just one, like, mental excuse to do something. That I can, like, kind of, like, just do mental gymnastics, be like, okay, this is worth my time. If I could just find, like, one cope way of, like, being like, okay, I'll do it. Like, whether it's helping somebody else and making them feel good, or me thinking I'm making progress towards one of my long-term goals or midterm goals or whatever, it's usually something minor like that. Like, even just, like, back in the day, just the chance of making some gil would be enough for me to be like, throw everything down and be like, okay, I'll spend the next 8 hours camping this NM with you, even though there's no guarantee we'll actually get the drop or whatever. This is all the time with camping like B-Claw NMs, right? Very rarely did I come out with anything of value doing that, but like in some instances of content in 11, they've kind of lost track of that. Also, I think they hearken, or they pander to the hardcore player base way too much in 11 too, or even my own liking. They are uncompromising for a lot of shit that they should be compromising for. Like, the fact that there is an alternate method of getting a message right is kind of wild. Which is kind of wild in the sense that, like, they gave so many alternate ways to get your rank 15 augments from Dynamics Divergence via merit points and via, you know, just doing damage to the Mega to outright killing the Mega, right? They gave a bunch of options in terms of, like, a bunch of different styles of players to actually progress and do the content, right? But now with Sortie, they're like, no, fuck you. You can't do Amionon? You can't do hard mode Amionon? No, you're not getting it then. She seems so kind of silly. Like, you can make players that can't do the hardest content in the game, you can make them grind more, you know? You can make it so it takes longer for them to finish the content, which is fine, I think. Most people would be okay with that. But to completely lock people out, to completely force them out, just seems like not a good design choice for a 22-year-old fucking game. You kind of want to make it way more inclusive, like let more people do more in general. I know, I agree. They need to make Sortie far more inclusive. There's another great example. Segments. Why is segments still such a cock block for all the players? Why? It's just so silly. If people want to go and just dick around and fight some NMs for the night on any difficulty with a bunch of their buddies, even if they have no chance of winning, fucking let them. Why not? Maybe if you don't have the right amount of segments, you don't get full reward or whatever. And also, how come you can only do one seg farm a day? Some people are only free 1 day out of the week. So what, they're just permanently fucked? Why can't you do like 4 segment runs a day if you wanted to? Maybe you can have some diminishing point returns, but like, let people do more in a day if they want to do more in a day. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. You could have 5 people that are good to go with segments, and then like the Rima Bard is like segment short, and it's like instead of just going and doing an NM and just like having fun with that, right? Or what everyone wanted to do, instead it's like, well, fuck, now we have to do a segment farm. And then by the time you're done with the segment farm and doing all that what that entails, it's like, well, shit, now we don't have time. Now our white mage has to leave, and we don't have time to do the NM farm now. Hey, Bacon Bomb. How's it going? What's up? Like, I don't even necessarily think they need to make the game any easier in terms of actual difficulty. Like, I don't think they need to make clearing, you know, V1 through 25 any easier at all with any sort of nerfs or gear creep or anything like that. But I do think 11 especially would benefit from just making it easier for people to play the fucking game. There's so much content that people want to do and would do, but they're just cockblocked out of it because of, like, the way the game is set up, right? How limiting it can be. Like, you need these points to do this content. Like, why the fuck do you need these points? Or you can only do it once a day because of the key item lockout. Like, why? Why? Why add these artificial barriers for people to actually play and have fun with the game? It's the great example of the V25 is like, it doesn't matter if you let people have infinite access and infinite segments to do as many V25s as they want to do. They still have to be extremely good and extremely coordinated and extremely well geared and have the right jobs and everything to actually fucking do the content, right? They still have to earn it. They still have to still have to do the content to get the clear, you know? So why add that extra layer of bullshit when they just want to play? Yeah, but I think at this point, you know, with Sortie and Odyssey, it's more detrimental than it is beneficial. You're saying, like, in order to elongate the subs or make people sub for longer, I think it has the opposite effect, where people just like look at what's required and how fucking obnoxious it is, and they just end up saying fuck this, and they unsub more than they stay subbed. Unfortunately. It has a negative feedback loop more than it has a positive feedback loop. You think 11 lost the casual players in the Voidwatch era? What? I don't think so. They got the more casual. Well, I don't even know. I don't even say it's casual. I don't know if 11 has ever literally been casual, ever. It became a little less casual, or a little more casual, I say, in the Bissy era. And then they got a little more hardcore in the Voidwatch era. In the 99 cap era. But I think, I'd say Rhapsy's a Vanadil, and Omen, and Esha, and a lot of the more recent content in the past, like, I don't know, 5 to 10 years. When they added Trusts, for example. I think that's what opened the door and had a lot of people come back and really enjoy the game. A lot of the, like, low man content. Ambu, another good example that brought a lot more people back into the game. Hey Naya, how's it going? What's up? It was never 10k heavy metal plates. Where's that coming from? What are you talking about? That's not even a thing. It was 1500. It's still 1500 to this day. It was not impossible. 1,500 heavy metal plates, like when I made my first level 95 Yukon Vesara, heavy metal plates were 60k each, 50k each. It was dirt cheap to make. And so many people were selling them. So many people didn't want to do it. So my first level 95 was like super cheap and super easy to do. Because I was one of the few that was actually buying and wanting to upgrade. And it wasn't until later, where more people realized how good the upgrade was, that it went all the way up to like 200k each. But that's the thing, people had the guild. People either farm their own, or they had the guild to buy them, and, you know, the market just decided. Alright, I think we're good to gather for AEONIC. It might just be get her done today. I don't know if anyone else is coming. Gargi couldn't make it. Who else is coming? Maybe there's one other person that mentioned it earlier. Hey Belk, how's it going? Long time no see. How have you been? Oh, Unity content was a good example that allowed more people to play. True, and then Rhapsody Savannah Deal. And then Rhapsody Savannah Deal is when they added all the key item adjustments. Or they made it more realistic to make ultimate weapons, like Mythics, for example. So yeah, I think the game became way more casualified or open, right? And allowed way more people to play that otherwise maybe couldn't have. Around Rhapsody Savannah Deal, for sure. Maybe a little bit before then, when they added Trust and everything. So Trust and Rhapsody Savannah Deal, I think, were like the two big things. Okay, Bard again? Okay. Now, maybe we'll just do the normal duration in Esha this time. So I just had to equip him. If you want to redeem for AEONIC, go for it. We do have 2 slots remaining for the week. Alright, we got Sixto and get her done then. You can make a party get her done. I'll alliance you. Then you can invite Sixto to your party too. He's here. Siggy's here. I know. And then, like, the defense I have for Sortie is that when you're running from boss to boss, it's a run, but it's not too long of a run. And that time where you're spent running is, you know, ideally, or, like, logically, enough time for a group to, like, talk with each other. To chill. Right? Like there's enough break time in the middle of the content where it's not just 1 hour of straight, you know, hyper focused button mashing, but there's enough time, like people would say, like 30 minutes. Like if the run is an hour long, there's 30 minutes of running where you're thinking about the next strat or you're just shooting shit with your group. And at the end of the day in MMO, especially for 11, that's always been what the game has been about, right? 11 has always been about, like, not necessarily, you know, hyper-focusing for a full straight hour, but, like, a bunch of, like, dead air time where you just have time to socialize, right? Remember back in the 75 cap era, like, 90% of the game was really just dicking around with your friends and talking in Link Shell, right? Waiting for the next NM window to open up, where you weren't actually playing the game, but you were still, like, around. You're still talking. There's value in that. But in Sortie, people treat it like the fucking plague. Like, oh my god, you mean I have to talk with my group? No way! I mean, at least they're trying. At least through content design, they are trying to add windows where you can, you know, do MMO things with your friends playing the same video game, right? Instead of literally just making content where you don't have time to talk, you don't have time to socialize, you don't have time for any of that. Yeah, but even then, there's a huge difference between doing a raid in, say, 14, where even if you are on Vent or Discord while you're doing the content, you're still focused to the point where you have to pay attention to your combo and everything like that, right? You can't just, like, shoot the shit while trying to pay attention to everything else. Whereas, like, running from A boss to E boss, you legit have like a 4 minute window right there where you can talk, you can shoot the shit, you can have a random conversation. I'm not saying everyone's gonna do that, but at least, like, from a design standpoint, the game is, like, allowing for that window to be open if people do want to socialize in the social MMO. But it feels like another one of those things where it's like they have good intentions and they add ways for community building in the game, and then the players look at it and they're like, nope, don't want it, don't care. It reminds me of, like, Unity chat. How much time and effort and ideas that they probably put into Unity chat and thinking that it would just be a great way for, like, the server to socialize with each other. And at the end of the day, like, all anyone ever does in Unity chat is do the monthly or the daily, right, for the points, and that's it. Nobody ever has conversations or talks in Unity chat, ever. Hell, even the assist chat for new and returning players. Like, nobody fucking uses assist chat for anything. Hardly. It's such a rare and shocking experience when somebody actually figures it out. How to use mentor chat, or how to use the assist chat. And you actually get the help. think nowadays, especially the boomer MMO players, we like the idea of a social MMO. We like the idea of having like a big community to like interact with, but when it comes time to actually partake or actually do the social stuff that you need to do in order to do that stuff, it's like never mind. I pass. I'll do it later. Maybe not now. It's like the idea of it is enticing, and it reminds you of the old era of when you were more willing to do that type of stuff and put yourself out there. But nowadays, it's like, maybe not. Especially, like, truly put yourself out there, too, right? Alright, can get radio lens and head to number 6 or poppin'. At least for me, it's a big reason why multiboxing has become more popular than ever. Because you get to play the game and you get to have that social aspect to the game, but kind of like at your own freedom or at your own leisure. And if you don't feel like being super social for the day, you can still play the game and accomplish things on your own if you want to. Not everything, but you can still do a lot. And I feel like that's like a lot of people that play MMOs, where it's like some days you want to be super social, and then other days you kind of just want to chill. You just kind of play on your own and not have the I guess burden? The social burden? Sounds kind of mean to say, but that's what I've heard. People keep saying how bad the story is for Dawn Trail, but they like the content. That seems to be the general consensus. Like, it's the worst storyline since A Realm Reborn in terms of boring. But, with that said, people like the zones and like the content, apparently. Overall. Okay. Oh, right, we're past prediction. Past predictions up. I'm doing double magical double march again. Using food. I feel like the next big MMO that at least I would be super duper interested in is something like an MMO like Elden Ring, where you have like Elden Ring difficulty in terms of like dungeon or boss fights and kills and farming, but it's strictly 2 or 3 man. Like the biggest party you can have is like 2 or 3 man. And then if you ever do like alliance raids or things where you team up with a bunch of other people for like higher level stuff potentially, it would just be a bunch of different like duo or 3-man groups teaming up with each other temporarily to do a bigger thing. Well, that's the thing. I think Elden Ring difficulty, like, kind of, like, gets completely nerfed or throttled when you add more than one person because of how the AI works. So you have to, like, figure that out. Like, how to keep the difficulty super high with multiple people and balance every boss for that. I'm not saying it'll be easy. Just feels like that's what most MMO players would kind of want now. There's two things I don't want, personally. I don't want my MMO experience to just be getting on every day and partying with strangers every day. Or feeling the need that I have to do like a raid finder or duty finder and team up with strangers in order to progress. And just be like with 5 complete strangers every night. But I also want the hassle of like making a static where like I'm at the whim. We have to wait for X amount of people to be on every night to even do a raid, too. How annoying that can be. I feel like if you're randomly teaming up with, like, one... If you have one, like, main friend and you're teaming up with, like, 1 or 2 other people, it becomes, like, more reasonable. You still have all the trappings of like what people want from MMO. Just the requirements, like the thing was like 14, for example. It's like a party of 8. I had a lot of fun with the 4-man dungeons in 14. That felt like perfect to me. But once it shot up to 8 people for a raid, I hate that. I think that's silly. And like that's the difficulty of the raiding in 14 too. It's not necessarily that the raids are hard. You could have 4-man raids instead of 8-man, but like you have to hope and pray that 7 other people in the raid execute their part of the fight flawlessly along with you in order to actually win. So even if you play perfectly, you're at the mercy of 7 other people playing their thing perfectly. At that point, is that even actually difficulty? Gotcha. Yeah, but I don't know why. I just feel like 4 is a better number than 8. It just feels, but to me personally, it just feels like a much better number where like it's the perfect amount of people to play with where you can like get to know them and get close and like make an actual meaningful like connection or friendship, whereas like 8 feels like way too many. Like 7 other people feels like way too many to deal with. 4 feels like just a more intimate number of friends that you can, like, get along with. Or have, like, a closer-knit social group. $69 is better than 4. True. Preach. Yeah, but even then, like, even if you're talking about, like, doing 4, where, like, you're partying up with a duo, right? I feel like that's even better. That's intimate. Whereas if you're doing it 8-man and you're a duo, and you're partying up with 3 or 4 other duos, I don't know, that just feels like it takes away more than it adds. Too many cooks in the kitchen, if you will. 3 to 4 feels like the perfect amount of cooks in the kitchen for doing content in a game with. Six would be manageable, because like 11, I think 6 is fine. But man, 8, this is like far too many. And then personally, I'd rather see 4. 3 to 4. That's true. That's probably the most exciting thing about me playing 14, personally, is the fact that I know that if I did play 14, I would probably have you guys in chat to raid with and do the dungeons with. I would never have to actually use Party Finder. Probably every little thing I did, I'd have like a full party with chat, where they would make it more interesting. They would MPK me. Yeah, it would be pretty. It would probably be pretty fun. Kind of looking forward to that. Well, I'm not saying you wouldn't have 8-man content. I'm not saying you couldn't have a like alliance where it's like 18-man, 20, 100-man, whatever. I guess my basic premise is that like you could just scale it up with your static, but the core static would always be like 3 to 4 man, not 8. I know, that's what I'm saying. But apparently that dungeon is not very rewarding or good. I remember people saying that they really liked those dungeons and they were pretty fun, but the rewards are so shit that nobody really ever did them. Nobody's predicting today? True, what the hell? Why is everyone asleep at the wheel for the prediction today? What happened? Doubters know they're gonna get destroyed. Doubters know that I'm over the COVID hump and can't lose. Alright, doubters. Bunch of chickens. Gotta make the chicken sounds now, really? I know, I was saying how much I liked the 4-man dungeons in 14. I literally started with that. And then once the raids became 8-man, it became like too much and too chaotic and not as intimate and fun. But Valk usually ignores what I say. Usually just likes to yell at me when one small thing isn't lined up. You call that a doubt? believe it's still at 50k and Doubter's only at 14k. That's terrible. That's awful. Oh, there we go. There's some doubting. That's more like it. Dang it. Geo got knocked back too far. Good. No random end death. That's the best chance you had, Doubters. That is the best chance you had of winning today.
Just cheered 100
Just lost it.
bits. Cheer 100.
Sixto, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. Missing any pops? It's like I'm low on pops. What? Should be. Oh, shit. How goes the heat wave, chat? But you are in the middle of a heat wave right now, right? Escaping the heat with some cool Final Fantasy XI gameplay. See what I did there? $96 over 90. See it. Son of a biscuit. Yeah, knocked me back. At least I got a silent walk in time there. Still. Knock back. No, 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 no. Wait, that still went off? Come on! You kidding me right now? Still knocked me back. No, 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 no. No! He still gets the spell off. Fuck! And the knockback. Leave me alone! Knockback should be banned. No! It did it again. No, 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 no. That won't proc anymore. Come on. Dick. This is my life now. Permanent knockback. Permanent dispel and permanent knockback. Hey, I didn't die. That's what matters. My fold failed. You started playing 14? You're curious about all the raids and instances. In what way? How hard they get? It rained outside today, and then it became sunny again. I didn't know it ever got sunny again in the UK. You guys, have you noticed recently that all the YouTube algorithm is pushing recently is how terrible the UK is now? Just out of nowhere. Apparently the election's coming up. Maybe that's a big reason why. I just watched a video about how things got to where they are now with like UK politics. How the Conservatives kind of like blubbed their leadership over the past like, I don't know, decade or whatever, and now they're about to get blown out by Labour. Like they're behind like they've been in leadership since Tony Blair, I think. Wait, is Tony Blair... No, I'm thinking James Cameron, or the Cameron guy. There was Tony Blair, who I don't know if he was conservative or Labour or not. I know he was like with Iraq and like with Bush, and he got flack for that, but I can't remember. But then ever since Blair, I think Cameron came in, and Cameron I'm pretty sure is conservative. And then he's the one that, like, took the bluff and is like, okay, we'll do the vote for Brexit. I won't pass, but we'll do it anyways. And then it passed. And then instead of, like, he leading them through Brexit, he just, like, resigned into disgrace. And it's just been a train of, like, conservative leaders just, resigning. You take Tories versus Labour versus Trump versus Biden any day? No comment. I think no matter where you are in the world, politics is awful. Apparently France is going through the ringer too. But I think France, what is it? There's like a nationalistic surge happening in Europe right now. Where like the EU is kind of dying in a way where older people that are angry are kind of taking over and voting, and they're all very like self-interested. They're less interested in teaming up with other countries, and they're more interested in like protecting what they have now. What was her? Le Pen? something Le Pen, I think, and their nationalistic movement is taking hold in France right now. And what's his name, Macron, is about to lose his majority coalition government or whatever. Oh, did they I thought in the preliminary round of the first round of voting in France, they had already kind of lost a lot of ground. Oh, it does say, it says the left is projected to beat the far right in surprise second round result. So last time I heard about it was left was projected to lose after the first round. Europe is dealing with a manufacturing issue over immigration. I thought it was just a manufacturing issue in general because lack of energy. The high cost of energy now. Especially Germany is kind of fucked, no? Germany doesn't have the cheap energy anymore to keep its industrial base, and it's in demographic collapse. It doesn't have enough immigrants coming in to support its aging population, and its aging population didn't have enough kids to support the economy that it built up now. So like the next few decades, Germany is like kind of just fucked in terms of like keeping things as big as they are now. Like instead of growing, line will go down instead of line go up. And then incoming GCAN talking about how we're overpopulated and line going down in terms of population is actually a good thing. I don't know, man. I think when it comes to like paying for the old people's expenses, it might not be a great thing if there's not enough young people to support the old people and their pensions and shit. No. You kidding me? No shot there's gonna be civil wars or anything like that. That is completely like YouTube talking points or Reddit talking points, where you have like a 5% of the most angry people shit talking each other all day long and talking about how bad things are, when in reality most people are not at the point where they want to upset the balance of the way of life, essentially, and are willing to die for it. I think they're willing to vote. I think right now you see people voting for their own best interests. I mean, that's why the housing crisis is so bad right now, because old people actually vote, and they vote for strict zoning laws and strict like housing ordinances and shit like that, right? Because they're protecting their assets. They're not gonna vote to make housing cheap. Why the fuck would they do that? Then they're voting to make their own appreciating asset cheaper. They would lose money. But if things get truly bad, where like nobody has a leg in on the ladder to become successful, right? Or literally can't have housing, right? Then those people are going to start voting in mass too and overtake the minority of people probably. And then that's how change is going to happen. And then if that happens and you have like a more populist movement take hold and they still can't get anything done, and people are still feeling the big pain, then you'll probably get to the point where there'll be unrest and people will be rioting in the streets and shit like that. I know, but still, getting people to vote against their own self-interest is really hard to do. And you see it play out all the time in all, like, it's not even the United States problem. It's like Australia and Canada right now. You have houses that were worth $27,000 in like 1980 that are worth $2.5 million now in Australia. Shit's insane. And the houses aren't even that great, right? They do not look like $2 million houses at all. UK voted against their own self-interest with Brexit. True, but they were lied to. They didn't think they were voting against their own self-interest with Brexit. They thought they were voting for their interest. Because I don't think they were given the full picture of what would happen if they did leave the EU. They were told that, like, if they left the EU, they'd be in a better position to bargain, and they could get a better deal than what they currently had. Which in reality, that's like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. No shot. Well, there's a big difference between, like, what realistically can happen and being lied to, though. I mean, like, politicians taking advantage of the goodwill of people happens, like, all the fucking time. I mean, look at Iraq. Which I think, like, Iraq and, like, even Vietnam get kind of a bad rap. Because you look at the direct example you can use for Iraq and Vietnam would be Korea and Japan. Right? Like, that's all. You have to look no further than, like, what was accomplished in Korea, right? In keeping the Chinese and the Soviets back in regards to South Korea and communism or whatever. And then, like, post World War II Japan, and, like, what that went from to what that went to, and where they're at right now. I think most people in the past, like, 50 to 80 years from South Korea and Japan are pretty damn happy. And if you extrapolate, like, what if South Vietnam was, got to be South Korea, right? Or what if Iraq got to be the South Korea or Japan of the Middle East? They'd probably be pretty happy, but it's so poorly executed and so poorly done. But I think the general, like, idea, like, goodwill was there, right? You can say all we wanted to do was steal the oil, but, like, it's not even that we wanted to steal the oil, we wanted to just buy the oil and have a stable supply of oil for, not even the United States, like, we don't even need oil anymore. It was more so for Europe. Like, a steady supply to keep globalism, running smoothly. And essentially, like, that's what capitalism, or that's what at least the world order has been since World War II, is just, like, bribing countries into, like, being economically prosperous and not focusing on war and conquest anymore. Like, have you seen the chart of, like, the countries and the changing of territory and the changing of names and empires, prior to World War II? And how, like, if you just do, like, a time graph, and you just do a time lapse of, like, all the different parts of the world, and how, like, the countries kept changing back and forth, and territories kept getting bigger and then getting smaller, just like the age of empires, essentially. All the conquests and all the stronger empires would go in and take over the weaker ones, and then they would become weak over time, and then just, like, constant strife, constant war, constant struggle. And that's kind of what World War I and World War II was, like, a finishing of. Or an answer to, is like, at the end of World War I especially, people were just so sick of wars like that, and so sick of, like, the mass deaths that happened because of it. So basically Woodrow Wilson came in and he's like, listen, we need to stop fighting. We need to stop this empire bullshit and just get along. But apparently all of Europe agreed with it, and they were sick of war, and they wanted to do it. But the United States and the politics up here, they didn't want to do it at all. They just wanted to be isolationists. And it wasn't until World War II where the U.S. finally got, like, on board of, like, okay, let's do this. Well, yeah, but like all of it, like the Marshall Plan and what we did in Japan, like all of that was to prevent further war. And the whole carrot on the stick is economic prosperity. If we can get into some of these countries where it's like communism was like, I guess at the time more fearful, right? Or more scary. But like I think the entire like US foreign policy has been like, if we go in, if we create a world order, if we make it so it's more profitable and more viable for a country to get along with the rest of the world, trade, be productive, etc., like South Korea, like Japan, it'll just be more prosperous for everyone involved and safer, like less war. And it's kind of worked, right? Can you really argue with that it's worked for the countries that like it was actually successful and took hold in? All of Europe, a lot of places in Asia, compared to like where they were and where they are now, and how prosperous they've been. It was to support our world power. Yeah, but is our world power actually a terrible thing? Do you think Russia do you think the Soviet Union being the world power at the time would have been a better outcome? Do you think China right now being the world power is a better outcome than what we're doing? You gotta ask yourself, what's the alternative? Or do you think everyone individually acting for their own self-interest and there being no world order at all, or no like common law or common like a direction of like global prosperity and getting along in some degree with like the US at the helm would be like we'd be better off or worse off if we just abandon it all? And what would rise up and what would take its place if you just got rid of it all right now? I hate to break it to you, but like if the US disappears tomorrow and the rest of the world is left to its own devices, it's not like everyone's just gonna magically get along and sing Kumbaya around the campfire, right? Chances are it'll be plunged into fucking chaos and world war and conflict over everything. Alright, that's the full clear for Zika. You can head to Raisenjima and make sure you talk to the Raisenjima Goblin. Make sure you're on the next stage of the AEONIC clear. Like, were things better during the British Empire compared to the American Empire right now? Would you guys rather go back to the French Empire, the British Empire, the German Empire, the Roman Empire, the Egyptian Empire, maybe the Genghis Khan Empire? Like, which empire would you rather go back to that we had before? We forget so easily the world that existed around World War I, and how little people got along, and how easy it was to go to war, and territories to change, and how unfair it was back then. How easy it was for a stronger nation with a stronger military to just go in and take whatever territory they wanted because nobody else was willing or able to stop them. I mean, hell, even prior to World War II, look what Japan did with Manchuria. China couldn't stop them. Russia couldn't stop them. The League of Nations didn't want to stop Japan because they didn't want the headache of it. So Japan, just being the stronger country, it's like, fuck it. We want Manchuria now because we want more natural resources. Nobody's gonna stop them. Unless if a bigger country with a bigger stick comes in to stop them, nobody else. Look at fucking Russia right now. Look at what China does with Tibet. Look at what Russia does with Ukraine. You think Russia's gonna stop at Ukraine? No. I think if the UN didn't exist, and that's the thing. That's the hilarious part of people that defend Russia about like, well, Ukraine belongs to them. It used to be part of the Soviet Union. And like, well, you can't blame Russia because the UN is encroaching on their territory. It's like, oh, what's encroaching? Having a democratic election for these countries to actually vote and decide if they want to enter the United Nations, and the United Nations having to vote to decide if they want to let in the country. Oh God forbid, like, these people have their own like democratic freedom to decide whether they want to join something or not. That would make them safer. That's called encroachment. They sure as fuck don't want to join Russia or the Soviet Union again. I don't blame them. It just takes a little bit of empathy to realize, like, okay, what if you lived on the border to Russia right now? And they're, like, mass gathering a military. And you're like, wait a second, I don't want to be taken over. What do I do? Oh, wait, my military isn't as big. Oh, well. That's basically, like, all of Eastern Europe right now. Where it's like, if you don't have the US or you don't have NATO there to guarantee the safety or guarantee at least some pushback, Russia could just roll in and take it all. Who's gonna stop them? If the US doesn't feel like stopping them, who's gonna stop them? What did I say? Grammy? Grammy shouldn't have been so dumb. What's the alternative, Daywalker? That's what I'm wondering. What's the alternative? It seems to me the alternative is World War. What happened in World War I? You think World War I happened out of nowhere? You think World War II happened out of nowhere? What's the alternative? Tell me. Why? How come post-World War II people are just gonna magically get along out of nowhere? You don't think there's gonna be resentments or fears or mistrust happening? You don't think the US is stopping war? You don't think we're living in the most peaceful, prosperous time in the history of the world for the majority of people? Are you fucking crazy? Since the end of World War II? Hello? Put all the wars together since World War II. Add all the deaths together. What are we at? The UN? Are you kidding? Who bankrolls the entirety of the UN? You don't think that you think the UN can exist or function without the US? Are you joking? The UN is only in existence because the US wanting to set it up and facilitating it all. Look at what happened when the US didn't join the League of Nations post World War I. It fucking blew up on itself. And then we had World War II. It's not even apologetics. It's like, okay, just tell me what the alternative is. Tell me what the viable, realistic alternative is. Instead of shitting on what currently exists now. You got a better... People have a better idea of like what a better future can be that doesn't involve the US being the leader in any capacity? Fine. What is it then? Tell me. Kidding me? You think the US cares about... Oh, that's crazy though. Is that really the take? Is that you think the US government is propping up the war in Ukraine so it can make some like arms deals, make a couple billion, a few billion off of like a war with Russia, and that's worth risking like nuclear annihilation. Or the better outcome is just letting Russia take over Ukraine without any pushback or resistance at all. That's crazy coming from somebody in Europe. Because if you think that Russia's gonna stop like at Ukraine, you're fucking crazy. And before you know it, they're gonna be right on your border across the canal, waiting to invade like a certain country was not too long ago. Do you think a stronger nation should be able to take over any territory it can as long as it has the power to do so? Because that's what Russia's doing right now. So if you're okay with that type of thing happening, then why shouldn't the USA be able to just invade Canada right now? What's stopping USA from invading Canada right now and making it a state? And taking away the rights of all Canadians and serve at the best whims of Americans.
X_in_Goku_X just cheered 100 bits.
You don't think the rest of the world should rise up and stop a stronger country from taking over a weaker country? Okay, so how come the United States isn't just allowed to take over whoever we want? Like, we want Canada right now. Give us Canada. Why should we have to play nice or be, what's it called? Peaceful. Yeah, but who cares about NATO? Who cares? They're just fucking words. Power is what matters, no? You think Russia cared about any of its fucking treaties about doing a war or a conflict with Ukraine? How many treaties and agreements did Russia sign that it wouldn't be aggressive or try to take over other countries on its border, and it completely ignored them? So why the fuck would NATO matter? All that should matter is power. Does your country have enough power to defend itself if a bigger country comes along with a bigger stick to take it over? That's the world we're living in right now with Russia and Ukraine, and China and Tibet. If you live in a smaller country, or if you live in a country that has a weaker military than its neighbors, or the United States, then I would be very worried about living in that type of world. If you're a Canada and you're right next to the United States has way more economic power and military power. I don't know, man. Better start building up. Okay, fine. How did we even get into this? I don't even know. Who even brought this up? Who's to blame? Muffin. Let's see. The remotes don't work because you're not subbed. You only get to use emotes when you're subbed. Hey, see you all. How's it going? Thank you for the Prime and the 43 months of support. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing? No! Got interrupted. I will not be dying today, no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, you gotta wait 2 spells before we can engage. There's 1 spell. There's 2 spells. Now we can engage. Koryu has predictable AI. After Koryu spawns, it'll cast 2 spells, and then it'll go through a sequence of TP moves in order, ending with Terror. But those 2 spells are random. So it could be Dread Spikes. That's why we wait. Just gotta make sure it's not Dread Spikes. Chat, did you guys say that Dawn Trail, the raids won't happen until winter? When's the Alliance raid in 14? Echoes of Vana'diel? That seems late. It seems like it's gonna take a long time. December, damn, so late winter. Or late year. Dang. So when does the Dawn Trail lull kind of begin then? Like, when's the next big content? Is it gonna be the, like, Ultimate Raid first? Or is the next big thing gonna be the Alliance raiding in December? Well, I'm just kind of wondering, like, when are the 14 fans gonna come back to 11? When is the 11 lull gonna end and they're gonna return home back to Vana'diel? Got hit with a triple lull recently. 1, Elden Ring. 2, 14 Dawn Trail. And 3, I got sick with COVID. I haven't been able to stream as much as I normally do. It feels like the trifecta right now. Well, no, I'm not saying I'm expecting, like, the core 14 fans to come play 11 or anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that play 11 that are currently busy playing other games right now, including Dawn Trail and Elden Ring. Is what I meant. But usually the core fan base of 11, you know, they return home eventually. They return home to Vana'diel soon enough. It may take breaks, but... You think so? Didn't you play 14? Haven't you played 14 in the past? It's like a parent waiting for a kid that's past curfew. Yes, exactly. You know they have to come home. You know they will. But just you're not exactly sure when. Oh, here we go. They're releasing Beastmaster. The limited job Beastmaster for 14, no? When's that? Is that soon? Wow. Recycling, man. So not until late then, also. Yeah. It's probably the hardest part for an 11 fan to play 14. Is getting over the fact that, like, a lot of the gear you spend a lot of time with will be invalidated. What'd you guys think of the argument that we're gonna have a reverse Endwalker, where we're on one of the more mediocre expansions for 14, and then WoW is building up to be one of its best expansions it's had next month, right? Isn't the WoW expansion next month? So you're gonna have a lot of, like, disheartened or discontented 14 players stopping playing 14 and going and playing the new expansion WoW, and then having a super great time with it. Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to ask right now. Is I'm trying to understand the release schedule and the content release of a 14 expansion, for example. Like, I don't really get it. Like, I would think that the bulk of all the good shit is already out now, and it won't be until, like, the end of the year where there's something more significant that gets released. Like, right now, if you're done with the story of Dawntrail, you're in a lull, waiting for the next big thing to get released, which would be, like, December, which would be, like, the Alliance Raids or the Limited Job. The next huge patch. There's no way that big patch is gonna be, you know, next month, right? WoW did lose the plot a little bit. I've heard good things about WoW recently, though. But is that just Classic? Is that just people liking Classic and, like, Season of Discovery? Or is retail WoW still, like, in the dumps? I don't know. I have no pulse on the WoW community right now, whatsoever. Usually I know WoW is in trouble when I only see links and headlines and thumbnails of why WoW is garbage right now. And then when there's no news and you don't hear anything, it means WoW's probably doing pretty good. When you hear no complaining. Like, you'll know when WoW is bad when you hear nothing but WoW players complaining 24/7, and it's impossible to avoid. But then you know when WoW is good when you hear no good or bad news about WoW. guess I should do my songs too. I find those meta arguments to be so interesting. How, like, no matter what the game, no matter how small the difference is between the best job and the worst job, people will fucking go to bat. We'll have a crusade for it, you know? Like, seeing some of those charts for, like, the parsing of 14 were fucking wild. How, like, the actual difference of, like, actual DPS for, like, one job to the other is, like, 1%, but they will blow up the graph to the point where that 1% looks like and feels like it's the end of the world. It's, like, literally 1,000% difference between the best job and the worst job when what they're actually talking about is actually, you know, less than a 1% difference in job efficiency. People talk about how jobs aren't balanced, and it's like, well, one job can kill a mob in 15 seconds, and the other one can kill it in 14, and therefore the game is not balanced. It's like, okay. Does anyone actually care about that? No one could do enough DPS because they were bad? Sounds like they were eventually able to do enough DPS. They were just so bad at the time where they had to learn to get better and be more efficient and do more damage in the windows, no? You kind of look at that through the context of 11, and you kind of realize that, like, that has happened so many times, where players think they are so good and they're doing as much damage as they possibly can, and they couldn't possibly get any better, and then a new fight comes out where you really have to push the limit, you have to push the damage more than you've ever had to push it before, and at first it seems impossible, and then after a bunch of practice and like meta shifting, it's like, oh, okay, this isn't too bad, and it just kind of becomes the new normal. I'm kind of reminded of the Pandemonium Warden. Beyond the Limitation doing Pandemonium Warden and thinking they were just the best hyper-turret sponsored Link Shell, the best group to ever exist, and there's no way they could have increased their efficiency, there's no way they could have possibly done any better for damage, and they just made the fight too hard, and they did nothing wrong. And then it comes out that, like, they didn't even use core. Like, they were using, like, a melee Zerg, or they're using, like, Rangers, but they weren't even buffing with a single core. And it's like, oh, wait, hold on. How efficient or how, like, optimal were you actually being when you forgot an entire buffing job? Hello? It also reminds me of V25s, V20s and V25s. Where, like, the narrative on the forums for the longest time was, it's impossible. It's all luck-based. You can only win if you roll a lucky 6, and you get full SP resets, and otherwise, compared to that, you know, you just can't win. It's all luck. And then all it took was, like, 2 or 3 months from there, where you had, like, the high-end groups could literally do it without SPs at all. They didn't need a reset, and they didn't even need all the SPs to win, in one key item even. There's also that over-dependence or the line of thinking that if the only way to do a V25 was in one key item. And then if you couldn't do it in one key item, the game was just not balanced. Like, they didn't do their proper testing or whatever. When literally they made the content in order to incentivize people to do 3 key items of the same NM to weaken and then finish it off, right? You're not supposed to spend only 15 minutes with a single NM. You are technically allowed to, and probably incentivized to do a full 45 minutes with a single NM. Whether killing the ad or just weakening it lower before you actually try to finish it off. But early on, that got construed as like just bad design, bad content design. When groups that were trying it for in their first like 3 attempts couldn't win, they just said like, "Oh, it's not balanced properly," because we're so good, and there's no way that we could improve. Possibly, there's no way we need to improve or get better. We're already the best that's possible. The other thing I'm reminded of is like AEONICs too. How early on AEONICs seemed so damn impossible. Like early Shaw attempts, people were just dead set on like, this is not possible. This is impossible content. Nobody will ever beat this. Nobody will ever win. And then like 6 months later, boom, people figured it out. I can't say for sure, but I feel like these Master Trials are going to be the same way. Ooh, Aminon was another one. When Aminon first released for like the first month or so, ooh, V25 Boomba, also another good example of how absolutely certain the community was that this is a poorly designed, not possible to win, not even worth trying anymore. And then boom, something happens and new strat or new revelation, and boom. Turned out it was possible the whole time. Yeah, but people said that about everything. People said that the original Master Trials were poorly designed. People said that the Pandemonium and Absolute Virtue were poorly designed. Well, actually, they actually were, though, to be fair. At least Absolute Virtue was poorly designed, with latency. The latency bullshit. We said it about AEONICs, how impossible it would be to do AEONICs. I guess at the end of the day, I'm saying I have faith in the players to figure out new ways to do shit, figure out hard fights, and recreate the meta, or do interesting things in order to beat things that are thought of as being impossible early on. And I also have good reason to believe that like the devs don't really release content that's actually impossible or actually poorly designed. You really can't cite that much content in the history or the context of the history of the game where they actually were just so incompetent and so inept that they released content that it was literally impossible for players to do. They usually do a certain degree of due diligence to the point where you can kind of rest assured that the content is possible to do. They fucking hate range strat, so it wouldn't shock me at all if range strat is impossible. I mean, look what they did to range strat for Aminon. Shock me in all content. Is was made with this express purpose of making Ranger Strat not possible with him. Except for, like, Aura Body. Maybe Aura Body. As if Giraffe plays 11. Giraffe hasn't played 11 for like a decade. I am still so unbelievably salty about Match Trials. How we got 3 Match Trials this year, and it's basically dead on arrival content. How frustrating. How silly. Could have been literally anything else. If they just did like a high-tier battlefield instead, imagine where we would be right now. Imagine how much more excitement there would be in the community. Like all these Archangel sets that they're doing now. Imagine like instead of Match Trials, they added like high-tier battlefields where you could get the actual new Archangel sets as actual armor from the high-tier battlefields. They're adding the Hume set now, so now that probably means that there's gonna be an Archangel set for every single race, all 5 sets. We just got Elvin, and now we're getting Hume in July. That's pretty cool. The sets look fucking incredible. I'm excited for that, but like the fact that they don't actually, it's not an actual real reward, it's just all cosmetic, is lame as shit. gosh. I gotta play Red Mage later. Oh no, that's gonna be a shit show. My Red Mage is so out of use. Especially in Wave 3. Ooh. Am I going Bard to Dynamis today? I feel like me being White Mage was pretty bad. I was so distracted by all the other shit that I didn't really gain much value out of the White Mage other than just like Curaga spam. No! No death. Will not be dying in AEONIC or Wave 3 today. Oh shit, that reminds me, I can +3 my Geo feat. I forgot. Knock back in. Not cool. A third fall. Well, I have a better idea now how I want to set up my macros for Red Mage. I gotta focus on the most important buffs and debuffs that I need and the most important weapon skills. And just like jam-pack that into one macro palette for Wave 3 entirely. I'm also kind of frustrated with the variants of Seraph Blade. Why the hell is Seraph Blade so, like, variable? Like, shouldn't it just be like True Flight, where it just does static damage at static TP? I don't understand how Seraph Blade is ranging from 30k to 99k consistently. Driving me dang crazy. Wait, is Shiraj still doing Mash Trials? I thought you were taking a break from it. We're gonna pull you back in. Does Red Lotus Blade have a physical component? No. Seraph Blade looks like it has a 2-hit animation, so I've always wondered if Seraph Blade can multi-attack. It shouldn't. It's a magic weapon skill. Magic weapon skills can't multi-attack. But due to the variance... Always wondered, and even the animation effect of Seraph Blade. It looks like it's a 2-hit. Strength in Mind. Deals light elemental damage to enemy. Damage varies with TP. Red Lotus Blade. Yeah, just fire damage. Strength int mod. Seraph Blade is way better. At higher TP. Is 4.125 FTP at 3000 TP. Red Lotus Blade has like 3.25. Hey, see? It's just a matter of time. I knew you'd come back eventually, Giraffe. Just a matter of time. Although it does suck to hear about you and your girlfriend. Sorry it didn't work out. I got a pro tip for you, though. If you're interested. I got an easy fix. Find a girlfriend that loves Final Fantasy XI as much as you, and it's a win-win. Boom. There you go. What if 11 is the girlfriend? No comment. Songs of War. You're never behind in 11. That's the beauty of 11. When you return and you're quote-unquote behind, you know what that means? It just means you have more content to play and catch up on. You're not behind at all. You just have more to do. You have more game to keep you busy with for longer. You could say that's a benefit. That's a good thing. Whereas somebody that has all the primes that they want already, they have less to do and they're more sad, right? You're coming back and you have so much to do and so much to work on and aspire to that you're sitting pretty. You're gonna be busy for a long time catching up and getting all the stuff that you didn't get already. Yeah, and who isn't eternally behind in 11? There's very few people that are actually like caught up and have everything that they want from the game. And even then, all they have to do is think a little bit harder, and they can probably think of like 10 other things they want to do, or could do. Especially if you're a multi-boxer. Ooh. Is that how you think that would happen? You'd have a spat, you'd have an argument, and in retaliation they would post your drama on the forums? I don't know. You never see that happen. Like, how often do you see a jaded girlfriend post drama, relationship drama, on a forum? Especially for 11. Have you ever seen that, ever? Drama in 11 recently, ever since the Salvage bans, have been, like, lame. The best drama we had recently was when, you know, a certain Batman started deleting their own guides off of BG, and then got de-admin or demodded or whatever. Even then, that was kind of boring. Yeah, so you have all of Sorky to catch up on, and all of Odyssey to catch up on. So it's just content for you to do. You are going to be, you're going to be busy. You have a lot to work towards. Lucky. I mean, that's a smart choice. I mean, you think... Just thinking about the number of wasted relics that were made in the 75 cap era for, like, meathead DDs is so cringe. And they all could have been G-Horns. Like, think about, like just like an Auction House Weapon DD with a G-Horn Bard was far better than a perfectly geared Relic DD, you know, with no G-Horn. So what you're describing is actually the optimal outcome. If you can find someone that's willing to play G-Horn Bard and they love it and they're willing to do it, that's going to be way more beneficial for the entire Link shelf compared to making a single kind of wasted, you know, DD Relic. The only excuse to make a DD Relic is when you already have all the G-Horns that you wanted, or need. Then you can make DD stuff. But not before you have your G-Horns. G-Horn is far too good, far too important. And if you can find a player that loves to play White Mage, are you kidding me? That's the unicorn. You know how rare that is? You wish. You won't be able to find that. You won't be able to find that even if you try. That's a pipe dream. Not really. There is such a huge difference between actual, real, like, human White Mage that's really, really good at White Mage compared to even, like, a multi-box White Mage. Like, can you technically be functional and can you technically do the content theoretically? Sure. But still, I still think there is just a massive gulf between a real one and not. Yeah, but you can't always just instantly use Paralina. Sometimes using Paralina too quickly can get you killed if you have to do a heal first. Or an erase first, right? A lot of those things matter more than just getting rid of a non-threatening debuff right away. Everything you're talking about, a real white mage will do, and they'll do it better, and they'll do it quicker. Pretty new to this stream. We were wondering how can you change the damage numbers to yellow. Let me double check. There's like a text filter thing. It's like config. Font colors. That's how you change it. And you can basically change the font color of literally everything in the game, I think. It's just a matter of finding it. Well, this is the last NM. We are donezo. Big font colors. Yeah, you just find the one you want. For self, for others, system, default, chat. And I'll even give you a little preview up here of like what color it actually is. What color you can change it to. Here we go. HP and MP others lose. Is what I changed it to. Off to Rysajima. Don't forget to talk to the Rysajima Goblin to be on the last stage of AEONIC before heading back to the Goblin, or I guess the other Goblin. I'll call out when it's safe to get Radiolence. It'll be after you guys talk to the AEONIC Goblin at number 8. Does anyone have a decent way of automating the login process? I've heard of people using like auto hotkey potentially, but He's kind of involved. It's definitely possible, but you gotta have like your own way of doing things or automating things outside of using your own shit, essentially. There isn't like a single add-on, I don't think, that'll just do it for you. For example. That's something you just like install, and it's like you put in like your info and boom, just logs you in for you. If there's anything that simple. Not that I know of. The correct answer is just never log out. If you never log out, then you don't have to ever log back in, and you don't have to put in your info. So there you go. That's what I do. I just never log out. Landline is the best system ever invented. Wow. Hot take. Bold assertion. We can't do albumin. Probably have to start with Shaw? Yeah, probably Shaw. Where'd Sixto go? Haven't died yet, no. Not ready for Radiolens quite yet. I'll still call that out when we're ready. Yeah, you did. Just exit and re-enter to get a new one. It's very important we all get it at the same time. That's why I'm not getting it yet. Otherwise, you have the chain reaction where your Radiolens will wear early, and then while you're getting a new one, we'll have to wait and we can't pop, and then by the time you get yours, then somebody else's will wear. Then we'll have to wait for them to get theirs, and then, you know, and then it's like a chain reaction of everyone just has to end up getting theirs, and it takes like 15 minutes longer than it should. Okay, now we can get Radiolens and head to number 9. Number 9. Oh, you have to run down the river, starting at number 5, and then straight down the river. We'll get you to number 9. That's kind of interesting, though, Giraffe. So, the only reason you didn't play 11 for the last few years is because, like, the girlfriend? Was it, like, just a hard no that the girlfriend was like, you can't play any games? Or was it just actually, like, any free time that you did have, you did or you wanted to, or you did end up spending that free time with your girlfriend? And there was just no free time for any sort of hobby at all until I'm just always interested in that, where it's like you probably can't share perfect hobbies with a girlfriend, right? You're gonna have things that you like to do or different, right? 11 is not a good game where you can play an hour here, an hour there. I mean, now it is. But I guess I kind of see what you're saying. It's more of a time, it's not a short time commitment. It's a long-term time commitment. Okay, I gotcha. That's fair. Okay, everyone's here? Cool. I am buffing. Okay, D&D stuff though. Was that a daily thing? I always thought D&D was like a once a week type thing. That you did like kind of in real life. But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked at all either if D&D was more like an online thing that you could do every day. Were you saying you spent as much time doing D&D as you would potentially 11? And you didn't have enough time for both? Gotcha. Okay. Alright, Pop and Shaw. D&D is one of those things where, like, I wouldn't be shocked at all if I fucking loved it, but I've never done it. It seems like it would be within my wheelhouse, but I've just never had the opportunity, never had the friend, never had the excuse to try it, so I just never really ever did it. It was never a thing where it's like, okay, I don't want to do that. It's just more of a thing where the opportunity just never presented itself. But it would never be a no, or a hard one or anything. Oh shit. Woo! Thank God that didn't interrupt. What was a specific TP move that was causing the crash? Over a specific ad? Guess we'll find out. So far, so good with a couple close calls. Nice. Alright, I think we're mostly out of the woods here. All the hard ads are gone. There's one or two pawns left. 8, 9, Tuesday. Gosh darn it, why are you spinning on me? Shaw's trying to spin to win. Okay, Garen. Probably one more ad. 30 seconds so I can sing. Yep, there's that ad. Which I can't target for some reason. And it's... Okay, singing. Do a minute. Okay, full attack. Is that the spell? Oh, it's a 4 to spell too. What a dick. Should have silenced sooner. I should have silenced here too. God damn it. Fucking dispel happy today. Sorry, dispelled like 6 buffs so far. I guess we're holding on to Asylum. Another one. That's all it knows how to do, apparently. Knockback is fun. Fail card. Hello, everyone, minus recycling. Whoa, what did recycling do? Let's get such, treatment. What do you have against the Tarutarus of chat? Very sus indeed. Ah, it's the fail card. Wow, harsh, harsh. Okay, I think I'm gonna do Albumin. Could go wrong. Okay, Albumin. Got it. What a dick. I almost died right there. Got donked. Is Ash getting wrecked? Fuck Ash. Dang it, missed again. Cool. Dang, I got nothing back. Cool. Okay, now Vinny Pata. Oh, dang it. Terrible random deal. I should go get a revitalizer on Naya real quick. Just in case. Or soup, I'm sorry. Such a pain in the ass to get. I'd get it more often. Just the menuing of it alone is not worth. Okay, now I'm popping Vinny Pata. For real. Okay, that's our sleep. Knockback is fun. Damn. Knockback and fine. Didn't get far enough back. There's Doom, but it's dead. So we're good. Oh. Dang it, I used them to you. Alright, next up is Zerd. I gotta get another reset real quick before Zerd. For Blaze of Glory NNP. Why you have to run back to the NPC to get temp items is really lame. Go get it wherever, as long as you're in the zone. It'd be cool if the item was always available, but each time you used it, it took your silk or your currency. Like, oh, I want to use a Braver's Drink. Okay, but then each use of that Braver's Drink would cost you the currency, you know? But you never have to go into a menu to get more. Oh, yeah, or a refill all. Well, that's what I'm saying. Or like an auto refill. So each time you use it, just if you have it the setting on, it would just automatically give it back. But it would deduct you the points it would cost to get it. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. If you do play any Final Fantasy 11, you could probably pay off your house in like 4 years, which would be nice. Nice. Wait, why would playing 11 allow you to play off your house? I.e., playing 11 will save you so much money in the cost of your other hobbies that you would normally be doing without 11, that you can funnel that all into your house instead. God damn, how expensive are your other hobbies? Jesus. Jesus. I guess I get it. You look at the cost of so much shit now, it's so crazy. Like, even just like food. Like, a breakfast at McDonald's is like $11 now. It's not even a lot either. It's like one hash brown, a small fucking sandwich, and a little bit of orange juice. That's like $11. What the hell happened? Zerd. I'm spawning Zerd. Welcome back to 11, Giraffe. Like an offer you can't refuse. How can you say no? That's the wild part to me. You know how often you get that? I get that all the time where it's like, how much do you spend a month on Final Fantasy 11? How can you afford it? It's like, what do you mean? You multiboxing 11 in terms of like the hours of entertainment you get out of it, or you just playing 11 alone compared to other gaming, compared to other hobbies and the cost of other hobbies, it's dirt cheap. It's dirt freaking cheap. Are you kidding me? What, you think, is it cheaper to buy a $70 game once a week instead? You can buy one, you can multi-box 5 characters and it'll cost as much as one new game now. And then even the free-to-play games, they're not free. Who actually spends, you know, $70 on entertainment a month and only that much, right? Most hobbies are super expensive. And usually a single hobby, like even like a Netflix sub, you can't watch all Netflix. Like that can't be the only hobby, you know? So I could make the argument 11 as a main hobby or the only hobby can work. Yeah, let's do the same one. Actually, let's do this instead. It's a long stun. Holy moly. Do I have time to play other games? No, not really. I try to, but I'm usually just too beat. Usually by the time I'm at the end of the day, after playing 11 all day, which don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about that at all. When you've already spent, you know, 10 hours plus playing a game, like, your extra free time isn't necessarily wanting to play even more games. If there's kind of a limit to how much you want to do a day. But then again, I don't even know if that's it, because I feel like once I start doing it, it's fine, and I like it, and I don't mind it, but like, it's the idea of getting into or starting something new or big. I could make the same argument, it's not only gaming, but it's also like watching a new TV show. a new TV series. Well, like, back in the day, I would binge it, no problem. But now it's like, I can watch, like, 1 or 2 episodes, and then I move on to something else. Or just veg out. It's kind of like Supernatural right now, since Max is there. I love Supernatural. It's really good. I like it a lot, but I can't watch really more than 1 or 2 episodes a night. And even then, it's hard to find the motivation. Even though I might have enjoyed the last episode a ton. Kind of hard to work up the motivation to start again the next night, right? And sometimes I'll run into the issue of, like, you know, it might end up being a week before I watch the last one. Well, that's the thing. It's not just gaming. It's everything. It's not even me saying I don't like doing it, because obviously once I do it, I end up enjoying it and liking it a lot. I don't know if it's a boomer thing, or because I stream thing, or I don't know. I've noticed this pattern for a little while now, though, where it's like, I just don't really accomplish as much. Like, normally it would just be like, start a new game. Like, PS5 game done, start a new PS5 game, start on the Platinum Trophy, go, go, go. Oh, that's the other one. Up until, like, maybe like 3 or 4 months ago, I would waste a lot of time with League. So even that argument doesn't work at all. Because there were times where I would, like, stop playing 11, and then, like, within an hour or two, just start playing League, and then before I knew it, you know, it's like 7 a.m. and I've been playing League all night without even thinking. So, definitely gaming can still, like, happen and overtake me. It's really, like, working up the motivation to start that of anything, right? Once I start, I think I'm good, but actually convincing myself to start is usually the problem. Watching a movie. Like, I've been trying to watch Dune 2 for a while now. I just can't work up the motivation to start. Been wanting to finish Platinum 7 Remake. I've been putting that off for like over a year now. Still have to start Rebirth. I still have 2 playthroughs to Platinum Elden Ring. Still haven't done that. Yesterday you started 4 different shows on Netflix? Well, there you go. Yeah, it's something like that, right? Not that slow. I more recently did that with Breaking Bad. I got to like season 2 or 3 with Breaking Bad, and now it kind of like fell off again, and I didn't finish it. I think another big reason is like kind of like YouTube and Twitch. Just like the different variety, like just there's such a variety of content these days. It's not even like shorts or TikTok or anything like that. Like just like the seemingly infinite number of interesting YouTube videos that are out there that you just can never catch up on, right? And even just a stream. The infinite number of streams are out there doing different shit, different games. It's so easy to get distracted, and before you know it, boom. In a good way. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's like with the gaming thing, it's like I love the idea that I have this huge backlog. That's why I can still enjoy 11, where like I don't feel like huge desire or rush to get any other games done, because I know I can just get to it later down the road and work on my backlog when I get to it. For something like 11, I feel more of a motivation to get as much or more done as possible in the short term. Because with something like 11, like, who knows what the actual time left remaining on 11 is, right? You could definitely make the argument we are in the last year of 11. We're in the last 5 years of 11. We're in the last 10 years of 11. Like, I don't know what the actual time frame is. But it's not getting any younger. It might just be an older age thing. Which I'm starting to think more of. And like I said, this is pertaining to stuff that I'm working up the motivation to, like, kind of do it on my own. It's not to say I don't want to do it. It's not to say that I wouldn't play more 11 if I had a reason to play more 11 that brought me back. Of course I would. But I'm also probably not going to stay up on my own to work on, you know, an extra AEONIC in my free time. Unless if it's like to help somebody else out or something other than me. I very rarely do anything for me even when I stream. It's usually the very last thing on the totem pole is where I do something that is exclusively for me. My go-to is usually getting channel point stuff done, or helping out, or prepping for things that I would help out later, like building AEONIC sets, etc. in the free time. And then if there's literally nothing else to do, then I'll be like, okay, maybe I'll work on this thing I've been putting off for a while. That's always last on the list. Do it. Do it, I dare you. That's the cool thing about channel points, is there is no statute of limitations, and even if you're not on my server right now, who knows what the future holds, right? Whether you guys decide to come to this server on a vacation or whatever, or just temporarily, or permanently, or... I mean, who knows? They might do a server transfers, server merges at some point down the line, and we could see like half the servers, or I wouldn't say like all servers into one, but you could see like maybe like a splitting of like every server into 3 servers. So they take the highest 3 population servers and they take all the other servers and dump them into each other, potentially. Well, I don't think it would ever be 1 mega server. It would be like more like 3 to 5 mega servers down the line. You know? Seems way more likely.
Snoopy 1119 gives to the tier 3 subscription to Giraffe.
The stunning time. Oh, there it is. Ballistic kick cause a crash, maybe? What if it's specific TP moves that does it? Snoopy with the tier 3 and the gifted sub to Giraffe. Thank you, thank you. Congrats, Giraffe, on the gifted tier 3. Hey, there you go. That's good for the saved up channel points in the future. Tier 3 is double the normal channel points acquisition compared to normal. It's extra useful. I love to see it. And that just would not die. See you on Ragnarok. Yeah, now you have to come to Ragnarok. You're doomed now. You're locked in. Wait, have I not been rolling this whole time? Oh, fuck. It's possible. Explain why some of these items felt a little bit slower than normal. Gotcha. God, first spikes, here we go. Danger, danger. Good. I guess it's really kind of the best thing about 11, like its biggest selling point, is that like, even if the game isn't getting a shit ton of new content right now, it has so much content to do. There's so much to work on in the short, medium, and long term. It's so hard to convey. I always try to do my best to explain it to new and returning players, but like, usually gets taken as being overwhelmed or there's too much to do, but in reality, I mean, if you're looking for a game to keep you busy and just having so much to do and work on, I don't think there's much out there that can match what 11 offers. But it's hard not to fall into the trap of like, what's new? What's the thing on the horizon? What's the new expansion? What's the new content that's, right around the corner? And understanding, like, 11 doesn't really need that for the vast majority of players right now. And generally speaking, when people say they want new content, usually that means they want new content so it replaces or they don't have to do the current content right now, right? Like something to replace the need to do Odyssey or Sorky would be the reason for new content. And even then, I don't think that would happen. It might offer like an alternative or something to do in the meantime, but I don't think they'll actually replace that content entirely. Maybe like for some sets here and there, but not like the entirety of everything. like just making ultimate weapons alone. Just the Rima system alone in 11. It's kind of crazy. How much that offers to a typical player. I think something I want more than anything, like I want really, really badly, I want a proper achievement system in 11 that is on the scale or on the level of, I don't know, quality compared to the 14 achievement system and the WoW achievement system. You do such a better job of achievement system in those games. And if 11 had that, I think it'd be fucking incredible. Really go min-max with achievements in 11 would be pretty cool, I think. And then having an actual in-game list and in-game tracker that like perfectly tracks it for you and gives you the proper like, I want to say like reward, but just it's more like just the visual confirmation. The progress bar. A proper progress bar. Percent tracker. And it's split up by expansion or by content, right? I think I've seen it in WoW 14. Kind of a broad idea, or general idea of how they could do it. Yeah, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, like early on when Final Fantasy Auction House was doing achievement tracking, that was pretty good. I liked the achievement tracking in early Auction House, but it was always unfair. It was always like kind of bullshit, because the only way you could do it is if you had the Link Shell beta registration, where it actually gave you a rank and actually tracked your gear properly. And then now Guild War kind of fell off and it's not maintained really at all anymore. The point systems that they always came up with were so arbitrary and so like off like the pulse of the game at the time. You had people that could also like cheese the system and they could like get points for stuff that they didn't actually have done. So it wasn't perfect, but still, it was something, right? You got Marine Mayhem? Wow. Hate to see it. now. Here we go, fire. Hot and bothered. I repeat, hot and bothered. So it was like pretty smooth. How long on our radiolins, you think? We have 2 NMs left. We should probably exit, re-enter, get a new radiolins, and then head to number 4. Yep. Exit, re-enter. New radiolins, head to number 4. My asylum's almost up. Solvoice is almost up. Should be good. Holy shit, believers. Just 2 NMs left. Ooh, let's make sure I have a charm buffer this time, too. Remember that one week where we made it to the final NM, and I didn't have a charm buffer, and we had a charm snafu? Pepperidge Farm was. Oh, I used a lot of temps. Damn. Charm buffer. God. Easy. Alright, can head to number 4. Some of the best parts about 9 and the other earlier Final Fantasy games is, like, the world. Like, the opening up of the world map and exploring all the different parts of the world. I feel like we've kind of lost that since, like, 12. I feel like exploring the world of 13 was lame, not great. Exploring the world of 15 was not great. Like, you weren't actually exploring. Like even 16. 16 didn't feel like you were exploring the world. 16 felt like you were on a fucking... Remember that Futurama episode where they were on the roller coaster ride and you just have to sit there and it just brings you through the attraction? That's what it is. It's an attraction. And actually, in a world, you're more so feel like you're on an attraction. That's what modern Final Fantasies has felt like to me. Instead of being in a vibrant world to explore, you're on an attraction on rails. You basically see what they want you to see. It's too choreographed. It's too scripted. But I guess if you pull back the curtain, you could say that a lot of the early Final Fantasies were kind of a little bit scripted too. A little bit choreographed. Alright, I'm buffing. If you had Prime Greatsword, that wouldn't be an issue. Just saying. If you had a Prime Afterglow, you would have been safer. Looks like you should do Sword Thief, huh? If you had Prime Greatsword, you could just solo damage August on your own on Rune. Easy. Easy peasy. Okay, incoming Aeronus. Saving Benny. Big moose. Alright, here we go. Last one. Last chance doubters. Or charge your lasers if you want to win here. It's your last opportunity. Not looking good. Not looking good at all. Tell us. Tell us can be a bit of a B though. Okay, hold on. Charm buffer's on. Ha! Missed entice. Charm buffer already paying off. That would have been a wipe if I didn't use it there. Maidens. Charm buffer worked. Let's go. Easy. Hog Champ. We did it. Year of the Believers, we did it. I didn't doubt it for a second. Alright, very cool. Congrats to Sixto and Gator Dunn on the finished AEONICs. What'd you guys make? What did you guys make this week? Shout out to Davina. Thank you so much for helping out with the AEONIC run this week. Very, very cool. Shout out also to whoever, well, everyone. Shout out to everyone who helped with the AEONIC set too. It's always appreciated. Thank you. And hey, a Marsyas and a Lionheart. That's good. Double Dagger. That's also very good. Nice. Congrats. No problem. Happy to help. Happy to help. And Grats Believers. Get wrecked outers and Grats Believers. Very cool. Fail card. You did not get credit for the Iron Giant. No way. You DC'd before it died. So you'd have to redo it. Pretty sure that's how it works. You have to be in the party when it dies. Yep. No surprise there. How could FOMA possibly be better than Prime? I'd assume same TP overflow. If you're not making use of any PDL whatsoever from Prime, maybe? If your buffs are that low? Maybe? Do you have to open skill at 1k? No overflow? No double shot? No triple shot? Very interesting. Hurt back 1 second. What caused it to pause? Weird. No problem, no problem. Congrats again. Damn, already the end of Sunday, huh? Weekend just kind of flew by, it felt like. Guys looking forward to Monday? Too soon to talk about Monday? Yeah. I feel like I've been stuck in like a, time is going fast, but also hyper slow. What is that? It's seemingly moving pretty quick when you think about it, but at the same time, it's like the moment, the day to day feels like it's going slower and slower. Yet the weekend just flies by. I don't know. How can it be slow and fast at the same time? Purgatory? Yeah. I guess so. Feels like purgatory right now. Oh. Next month is just out of range. It's not that far away, but also feels infinitely far away. Alright, today's gonna be a farm day for sure. Dark Knight. Good. Like made pretty good time on the AEONIC run too, because it didn't start necessarily on time. It was a later start. I guess we just got through it quicker. No complications, I suppose. That's kind of a big deal. No wipes. Nothing that costs time, really. Gotta do it. That's what you want to do. Back already? That's a quick attempt. Oh! Okay, wait, I think what you can do in the future, try keeping your HP above 0. But for the entire fight. Yeah? You're welcome. Please remember to credit me for that strat when you win. Expect a name drop. We're sharing such high-level strats. Oh, I have riposte up on every character here too. Cool. Eat it. Oh. Oh, shoot. Ooh, might have late sortie or no sortie today. Playing. Guess we'll find out. It's very fun. You love it. You wouldn't be having fun if it was easy. Nice try. That's why you love it so much. Because it's the worst one. I spy a Rident. Trail reviews are out on Metacritic. Wow, 6.5 user score. Steam reviews for Dawn Trail are 63% mixed. Damn. What are even these initial reviews? Games.ch, Jukes Video, GRYonline.pl. We got this covered? What the fuck are those? How do they get critics reviews? How did they get assigned as critics or whatever on the site? It's so weird. This is pretty solid though. In terms of sample size. User score on Metacritic 795 user ratings at a 6.5. Steam reviews 63%. That's lower than I would have thought. 2,000 reviews too. The Metacritic score seems kind of lame because there's only 4, and like the 4 being listed are like. Who knows? But I guess if you compare it to the other expansions, yeah, much lower. User score on Metacritic. Okay, well it has a ways to catch up then. User score is 6.5 for Dawn Trail. The lowest other user scores are Realm Reborn at 7.8 for all their expansions. Heavensward 8.7. Stormblood 9.0. Why is Stormblood rated so high? I thought people hated Stormblood. Is Stormblood like bad story but incredible content? A lot like people are saying about Dawn Trail. Endgame in Stormblood was great. Okay, maybe that's why then. Maybe Dawn Trail follows a similar path. It should be around 7.8. Reborn is 7.8. Currently, Dawn Trail is 6.5. Disaster and a waste of potential. Damn. Hive of complaints. Well, this didn't update. This says it's only 600 for Steam, but now it's up to 2,500, and it's still mixed. 63% mixed. Can they really scoff off 2,500? They could scoff off 600, but are they going to scoff off multiple thousands? I don't know. Helldivers 2 has lost 90% of its player base since the launch. This one's far too long. I'm trying to do a positive spin on 13. A 3-hour video though. I don't know if I want to whitewash the history of 13. It was average. Like, it wasn't terrible. But to make it seem like it's incredible now, I don't know. Ah, speak of the devil. 13. Hallway Simulator.
Is Final Fantasy 13?
See. This one's not too bad. This one's shorter. I don't know if we can do 3 hours, but this one's
still worth playing in 2023, 13 years after its launch. Yes. But there are some things that you need to know before hopping into your playthrough. Let me explain.
Yes.
Final Fantasy 13 is a great JRPG and a great Final Fantasy game in my opinion. The art direction, the visuals, the music. Oh my god, the music in this game is phenomenal, by the way, and we'll get into it a little bit later. And the battle system are brilliant. However, the story's kind of wonky. Some of the characters are very unlikable for the majority of the game. Along with this, the battle system doesn't open up until about 20 or 30 hours into the game, which is way too long. But let me go into each of these a little bit more in detail and explain the game that is Final Fantasy.
I felt this is the same complaint that I had, where it's like the game was so boring and so easy and so forgettable for the first like 10 to 20 hours that it's so hard to get past that hump. There's such a hump for 13. It's convoluted and boring and easy at the same time for the first 10 to 20 hours. And then finally, I don't think the story ever really picks up for me, but the gameplay picks up and the world picks up and the combat system picks up to finally becoming enjoyable. And that's when 13 became fun for me. But like I think like the story and the characters never became like good.
13. Alright, let's start off with something easy. The visuals. This game was launched in 2009 and still holds up to this day in terms of graphics. At times this game looks like a PS4 and Xbox One game on next-gen consoles. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it does. It does look good.
Which also plays a role into why it looks so good today. The enemies, the characters, and the world design are also very stunning. Most things in this game are a mix of futuristic cyberpunk tech and ancient tribal bestiary aesthetics. Try saying that 5 times fast. This game is visually tremendous.
Challenge people to play Final Fantasy 2 and tell me it is even 1% as tedious. What, as 13? The world is much more interesting. Wait, the world of what, 2 or 13? The world is much more interesting than 10 without Xanarkin? Ah, I can't agree with that. The world and story building of 10 was infinitely better than 13. So much better. Are you kidding me? Like places were iconic, like the Calmlands and Macalania Forest, and I don't know, like just the music with the scenery, Thunder Plains alone, Besaid Island, like I don't know. I can remember like 2 zones in 13 that really stood out, maybe 3. Everything else is hallway simulator forgettable, and they didn't really do a good job of building the world or building the characters in the world even. I remember just 13 feeling so empty. Like, there are no... Like, is that part of the story? That there's not supposed to be any people on Pulse at all? Like, you don't ever go to a town or talk to people or anything like that. There isn't like your typical, like, you know, meeting people and talking to people in town or whatever. There's just... It's all barren. It's a barren wasteland. There's mobs that you fight, sure. One of my favorite parts about 10 was like finding the scholar dude, just seeing him parked in front of a thing, and then he would tell you about the history of the world and like what happened like 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. What's his name? Meekum the scholar or whatever.
Let's talk about the music and the soundtrack. The soundtrack to this game is one of the greatest soundtracks to any video game ever. I legit listen to this music in my free time, especially when I'm working on a project or on a commute. All the Final Fantasy games have great soundtracks, but this one in particular I think is the best. So many of these tracks are absolute bangers and fit the situation that you're in so well. Here's some examples.
Best soundtrack ever made though? Are you kidding me? Not ever. 13 soundtrack is in the top... I'm gonna be nice and say top 5. Maybe.
With the occasional exception.
It's literally the same map design as 10. Is it? No, it's not.
But even
Come on.
It's still charming in a way.
13 is longer and more linear.
So the gameplay pretty much consists of jogging from point A to point B, opening treasure spheres, and battling, of course. I'll talk about the battle system in just a second, but let's take a moment and talk about...
I do agree 10 is of the design of a hallway simulator, similar to 13, but 13 is so much more.
The game bad, especially since there are several
13 expands upon the hallway simulator
that are wonderful and don't get criticized for their linearity.
Hey look, they just compared to 10.
Linearity? 10 in the game makes the game bad,
10 had the perfect balance of linearity.
Super linear, like
13 went way too
ham
with
and
it.
don't get criticized for their linearity like this game does. So is it the linearity that everyone's upset about, or is it something else? Spoilers, it's definitely something else. I'll get into it a little bit later. Alright, now let's talk about the battle system.
It is something else. It's the fact that there's far too much of it. It's far too linear. And there's not many interesting things in between to break up the monotony of the linearity. Especially early on, when the combat system is not that fun to get you through it.
So this battle system is one of my favorite battle systems out of any RPG ever. And no, that's not sarcasm, I'm being
Yeah,
serious.
in
When the battle
20
system opens up
hours.
and you focus on the paradigm shifting and staggering, it becomes such a unique and interesting and engaging battle system. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. However, as I stated before, it does take about 20 hours or so for the battle system to open
20.
up, which is outrageous. So here's how the battle system
It's not
works.
bad,
You're
no.
only
It's
ever in control of
it
one
has
character at a
flaws.
time, and you
It's
have an
great, but it
ATB
has
or
flaws
active
that
time battle
prevents
gauge
it from
that
being a
fills up over time,
masterpiece, in
rather
my
quickly,
opinion.
I might add. And once you select a command for the gauge on the ATB chain, your character will perform those commands. For most people, they will find that the ATB gauge fills
It's
up
a
too
good
quickly
game that
when
could have been
trying to
great.
manually put in commands, which is an option, by the way. So what they'll do is they'll just use the auto battle button, which automatically fills the gauge with the best
Or it has like exceptionally good things, but not enough of them to make it into like a masterpiece. Like it fails in enough categories to where like it knocks it down.
or seemingly best choices for whatever paradigm you're
Whereas like 10 had everything. 10 had like the likable characters, it had the incredible world and world building, incredible story, incredible music, incredible combat system. It just had all the great things where it was like great or exceptional. If you think about it like in the sense of a report card, I guess. Like 10 is just a bunch of A's and S's. Whereas there are definitely things in 13 where I'd give like a C or a B to. There's enough of that to drag it down a bit.
character is in. For me, this is absolutely the way to play the game. Putting any commands manually just sucks and is relatively inefficient. Yet the auto battle option is one of the main sources of criticism of this game. So is it auto battle or auto play? A lot of the narrative around this auto battle function of the battle system is that it's the best option for the battles, but this option essentially makes the gameplay itself. In a way, this
Well,
is
I think 13 is far better than 13. Or sorry, 13 is far better than 15.
So what's the point of having an option to choose different types of attacks?
Like, bar none. Like, I would say, like, yeah. 15 is, I don't know, failed in so many more ways, I think, compared to 13. Like, I can't think of a single metric that makes 15 better. Like, it's not even that much better graphics. In terms of characters or likable characters, 15 is hardly better, if even. Why am I supposed to relate with a prince? Like, literally, the meant-to-be king or prince. I'm supposed to feel bad for him because he has, like, this whole big entourage of people who are waiting on him hand and foot to make sure he succeeds, right? He literally has an arranged marriage with a princess. But you don't even meet the princess. They don't even establish that relationship. I think maybe they do in the DLC, potentially, but that doesn't count. If they're not going to release it in the main game originally, and they're going to release it in DLC later on, it can't be that important. I can agree with that. Yeah, there's a video for 12 that maybe we'll watch too. Like, how is 12 never talked about? Like, for how great 12 is, feels like it usually gets skipped over.
If the game's going to give you a function to automatically pick the best ones with a single button.
12 is better than 13. 12 is better than 15. 12 is better than 16. How come people always talk about those and not 12?
But they're missing the big picture. The point of the battle
overshadowed
system is not being
by
able to individually pick each command all the time. They give you this option, so if you want to pick an individual command,
10
you can. However, the point
and
of the auto
14
attack
maybe?
button
I don't know.
is to focus on paradigm shifting and the staggering mechanics of the game. The real battle system. Paradigm shifts and staggering. Real meat and fun with the battle system is paradigm shifts and staggering. Paradigms are basically
Did
different
15
versions of a
even
roster
sell
of
that
rules
well?
Each character will have.
I don't know. Did 15 actually sell well? I know 15 went on sale like very quickly. Like the Royal Edition was out like in under a year, and they said they included like all the DLC for the price of like and a discounted price too. I think 15 at one point was a PlayStation Plus game too, which probably boosted its numbers.
Battle. And in order to change a character's role, you have to perform a paradigm shift. Each paradigm has your party member in a specific role that provides some type of benefit towards the battle. Staggering is a mechanic that increases the amount of damage that you do to enemies, not only in the lead up to being staggering, but
sold
also
like
once
what,
staggered,
10 million
where
copies?
the damage you do is immensely increased. This is done by building up a chain.
Okay, now I have to know. Final Fantasy sales by game. Oh shit, look at that. Final Fantasy series 1 through 6 estimated gross revenue 1.8 billion. Final Fantasy 7 series, all 7 added together, 2.4 billion. That's revenue. That doesn't account for the cost to make it. Is gross revenue everything? It subtracted the cost to do it? I don't remember. Am I thinking of net revenue or gross revenue? Final Fantasy 8 through 10, 2.7 bill. Final Fantasy Online Series 11 and 14, 4.6 bill. Evelites Alliance Series 12 through Tactics, 1 billion. Fabula Nova Crystallis series, which is 13 and 15, is 3 billion. Final Fantasy 16, 240 million. Wow, where does that number come from? These all estimated? Gross revenue. Wow, Stranger of Paradise only made 48 mil. Let's see, what are we looking for again? Final Fantasy VI Remaster. 7 series. 7 original. 1 billion. HD. Here we go. Remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake. 800 million. Rebirth 150. Gross is the raw numbers. Gotcha. So this is like, sure, 7 remake series made 1 billion, but it also cost them probably like several $100 million to make it. So it would just the total amount of revenue it brought in. And then after that revenue gets brought in, they have to split it up because there's like the licensing fees for PlayStation that they have to pay. There's the marketing they have to pay. There's the cost of manufacture, the development costs they have to pay. So they're not actually taking home $1 billion. And some of these are like not even either. Some of these cost far more to make than others, right? Or they made their money. Exactly. Here we go. 10 and 10-2 total. 1.6 bill. $11. So weird. This says the 11 is at 1.3 bill, but I don't think this number's right. I think we can find a different number. And I think it's based off of worldwide sales. 2.8 mil only worldwide sales for 11. Probably made more than 1.3 bill. I think Final Fantasy 14 has made 3.2 bill. I don't think this is accurate because I think it wasn't until Endwalker that 14 passed 11. So you telling me Endwalker only just made 1.4 bill, and then since Endwalker, it's made another 1 to 2 bill total? Still though, 1.4 bill. So 11, yeah, this can't be right. Because they even the president of Square Enix at one point said that 11 was the most profitable in the entire franchise. There's no way 10 and 10-2 made more or outpaced it since then. How could it? Maybe if they did like a 10 remake or something, but I kind of doubt it. Iblis Alliance. Oh, here we go. 15. 15 has made less than $1 billion. It's sold a total of 10 million copies worldwide since release. That feels low, no? Like Elden Ring sold over 10 million in like the first year or less. Didn't Power World sell 10 million in like a month or so? For a mainline Final Fantasy game, I don't know, 10 million seems kind of low. 13. 13, less than 15. They're just going strictly by units sold and gross revenue. 15 did do better than 13. That's what I was originally looking up here. So, it's true.
So ultimately, the goal of the battle system is to switch up these paradigms in an advantageous way so that you build up the enemy's chain gauge while also keeping your party healthy and doing the most amount of damage once staggered. So how all exactly does this work? So in total there are 6 roles that you can customize for your personal paradigms, and these 6 roles are Commando, Ravager, Sentinel, Medic, Synergist, and Saboteur. I'll go over each role quickly. So the Commando role, probably the main role you're going to be using, and is utilized for doing the most standard damage and reducing how quickly the enemy chain gauge decreases. Again, the main goal is to get the enemy staggered by building up the chain gauge. Additionally, each type
and
of
how many
enemy
people
has
double
unique
bought
chain
15
gauge
too?
that has specific thresholds for staggering.
How many
that
people bought
increases
15
and
at release
decreases
and
at
then
different
bought it
rates.
again
while
when the
Commando
Royal
stops
Edition
the
came
chain
out?
gauge from depleting rapidly, the
So they're probably
Ravager
double dipping in
vastly
15.
increases the buildup of the
I mean,
chain
it counts,
gauge,
but
also
still.
causes the buildup to decrease rapidly as well. The Ravager
I
is
don't think they
also
sold 10
essentially
million
the magic
unique
role of this
copies
game,
of
so it's also
15
good for
to
exploiting
10
the
million
elemental
different
weaknesses
people.
that enemies have. The Sentinel role is the quote-unquote tank, so they can take a lot of damage at a reduced rate in comparison to other roles, and they can provoke enemies to focus in on them. The role is good for protecting other party members while they do damage. The medic is pretty self-explanatory. They heal and revive the party. The synergist boosts attributes of the party so they can be more effective at their roles. And the saboteur works to decrease the defense of the enemy so that you can do the most damage to the enemy. And the great thing about these roles is that you can personalize your own paradigms. There are about 56 different combinations that you can do, thus this makes the battle system really about setting up your favorite paradigms, and then
I will not spend a penny on the Royal Edition come hell or high water out of principle. Okay, I don't care. If they want to give it away for free, sure, maybe. But I bought 15 at full price at release. I think I even got the collector's edition or the whatever the edition was. Not the base game, but the one slightly above it. It was like $80 or $100 or whatever instead of the 70 or 60. And that was not a completed experience, and I'm fucking pissed. I am pissed that they, like, you know, nickeled and dimed it and then basically cut out the DLC content to charge an extra $10 later for content that should have been included in the base game, but they clearly did not finish the game in time and cut out a lot of the core content. So I will not spend another cent on 15. I refuse. They should have released that game fully completed at the start if they wanted me to play it all.
knowing when to shift to the appropriate.
Hey Philroy, how's it
stagger
going?
enemies
Thank you so
and
much for the
maximize your damage
1500
output
bits
while
and the
staying
snipe.
alive. So if the battle
Very
system is so
appreciated.
great,
Thank you
like
so
I say
much.
it is, why do so many people hate
How's
it?
it going?
Let's talk
Hope you're
about
having
the
a
real
good
problem
Sunday
with the
so
battle
far.
system. The real reason people hate the battle system is that it takes too damn long for it to finally open up. what I mean by
Yep.
that. So in
That's
the first
true.
10 hours or so of the game offers very little challenge in terms of battles. And there's really no difficulty.
You just smash X button.
So there's
That's
really
all you
no
have to do
incentive
for the
any
first
type of
15
paradigm
hours.
shifting, which is the real fun of the battle system. So basically through this time, you'll
Just
just be
smash
doing
X.
auto battle and cakewalking
You
through
win.
the first sections. During my first 10 hours of my playthrough,
And the story
I found
isn't
that
that
if I
great.
had
So
commando,
you're not even
two
interested by the
Ravagers,
story. You're
I
not
pretty much
interested
didn't
by the
need to
combat
shift
system.
paradigms.
You
During
hate the
next 10
characters.
hours, I did find myself doing more paradigm shifts, but it still was very limited. However, in the last 1/3 of the game fully switches to paradigm shifting, where the focus is on shifting, staggering, buffing, debuffing, and healing aspects of the battle system. And at that point, the game's a blast.
It started with 13 also, where they said they cut out so much content in 13 that's why they did 13.2 and 13.3. Because they had planned all the content to do in 13, but then they're like, well, this is too much. Let's cut it, and let's add another game that they could pay full price for. Whereas like the mentality back in the the PlayStation 1 or the Squaresoft era would have been, no, just add another disc. Like let's just finish this thing. And instead of doing 13.2 and 13.3, they would have just done 13 with 3 discs for the PlayStation 3, right? That's what Squaresoft would have done back in the day. That's what they did with 7, 8, 9. But the Square Enix of today would nickel and dime, and they would release 7 in 4 parts instead of 4 discs. It would be 1 disc and full price game per disc. It's literally what they're doing right now with Remake. Old Squaresoft would have just done the entirety of the remake in one go, one charge, right? But now they have to spread it out, add filler to the game. You're talking about how Remake is a complete experience. No, it's not. Not even Rebirth. It's basically 20% of the main game, of that section of the game, with like 80 hours of mini games and fillers jam packed in. Not like the full game. They could have totally cut out all the filler and all the bullshit in Remake Part 1 and 2 and just condensed it into the actual core game and released all 3 parts in one go. But why would they, right? They'd rather be able to charge you full price with DLC in the middle, the intermission and bullshit, 4 or 5 times instead. Some people will argue that it was the value proposition is still worth it, because there's a lot to do in Rebirth especially, but I don't know, it feels wrong. I hate when they pad out games like that, where it's like they're clearly padding it out. They're clearly padding out the runtime of the game, and they're not focusing on like the core content of like what makes the game actually fun. I would have rather seen them just do part 1, 2, and 3 story-wise in 1 disc, and then added 2 discs afterwards with all the extra content, like all the mini games and shit. That wouldn't be a good business decision because it won't make as much money, but it would have been more enjoyable, I think, for most gamers or fans. Yeah, Philries, we can do Boomba tonight.
Once you get past these first 20 hours or so, this battle system is honestly one of my favorites out of any JRPG. But the battle system isn't the only reason why people hate on this game. The narrow, empty road. Another large area of hate for this game is the extreme linearity and emptiness of the world. Let me tackle the linearity first. This game is super
emptiness
linear
of the
until a
world.
certain point.
Yes. 10 didn't feel that empty.
Can't really debate.
10 had a lot of
The map
shit.
is like literally a straight line. And I know I brought
13
this up
actually
earlier,
felt
but
empty.
I just want to give a second and a little bit deeper dive into the subject. So there are story implications as to why the game is so linear.
Oh no,
as
Fillers, we're
basically
good.
the
Yeah,
main
we're
characters
doing
are
your
running
Boomba
from their
tonight,
fate,
so I wouldn't worry about that.
insinuating that there's only one
Just a matter
direction
of
to
when.
go, which is forward. But something also to consider. is
Martel's
that this
MIA
game
right
was
now for
released back
Sword
in
Thief.
2009, so there might have been some technical limitations. And for as long as the game is, maybe they weren't able to make a more open style game. But I think it's the linearity along with the emptiness of the world that makes it feel as if you're just running in a barren straight line. I really feel like if there would have been more NPCs in towns, or any at all, to be honest. To be fair,
Any
there's
at
a
all?
few, but there's
Yep.
not a lot. That you get to run throughout your journey to Chapter 11, then the linearity of this game would not have been as much of a topic of hate as it stands today. However, the story and the characters, they need a lot of work. Summary of the story. No major spoilers. What's a l'Cie? Why are these people so angry and annoying? And what the f***'s going on? so the story is very hard to follow, especially if you're not attentive to it as it unfolds. Most Final Fantasy games are like this, where the story is complex, but 13's on a whole new level. However, everything can be understood if you pick up on terms as they're flinging them at you left and right, and make some intuitive conclusions about various different things and events. But it's really easy to get lost. There are data entries that give you more information about what's going on, and really if you're trying to understand the story, I would read them. When I played through the game the first time, and the second time, I read all these data entries so I could understand what's going on in the story a little bit better.
Just play it twice to understand it once.
I think it made my experience better. I think this is better. I still didn't fully understand everything at the end either. I really wish the information in the data collections would have just been in the game and explained to the player instead of having to read about it. I say this, but I really like how some of the stories in games like Dark Souls is told through item descriptions and environmental storytelling. But I like it in those games because the premise of those games is to tell the story almost exclusively environmentally. Final Fantasy games always have a central cinematic storytelling approach, and I feel like this approach is integral to the Final Fantasy experience.
Read data entries.
Don't get me wrong, Final Fantasy
I
13
love reading data
absolutely delivers
entries
in a cinematic approach, except it just doesn't make any sense, and it's not cohesive most of the time. I also feel like most people won't read the data entries and think that the story is completely nonsensical, which I honestly don't blame them for this opinion, especially when the characters are highly inconsistent with their moods and the plot development and the dialogue as a whole throughout the first 2/3 of the story. Speaking of characters, let's talk about the characters. The characters. By the end of the game, I really liked all the characters, except for Snow. He's just straight up unlikable.
Yes,
Honestly,
fuck
unbearable
Snow.
too. But in the beginning of the game, I pretty much just...
I'm glad everyone agrees Snow is like the worst character
By the end
in
of the
Final
game,
Fantasy.
I really liked all the characters. Except for Snow. He's just
Except for
straight up
Snow.
unlikable. Honestly, unbearable too. But in the beginning
Yeah,
of the
unbearable.
game, I pretty
Absolutely
much just liked
unbearable.
all of the characters. I didn't start to like them until about
Hope
the
got
2/3
kind of
of the game.
redeemed.
As you can probably see, there's a
I
pattern
warmed up to Hope a
developing.
little bit.
Everything gets better in the last third of the game.
But
I will
never
have to say
Snow.
though, Saz is a standout. He's really
I
great
like
throughout the whole
Snaz.
thing. So why did I not like everybody?
I like Fang.
Well, it's because they're either dumb, rude, annoying.
Snow
or all
was,
the above.
or not,
Honestly, I think this might be
Lightning
intentional.
was so
The journey that
boring.
you go through with these
I
characters
can't believe
throughout the
Lightning's
game
like a main
allows these
character.
characters-
Her backstory is boring. It just as a character, she seems so boring too. Like throughout the playthrough of the game, like, she has nothing.
to massively develop and change from
She's trying to be
straight
like
up
the
people to
female
relate with.
version of
The
Macho
characters
Cloud,
express
but
their
like
grief at the
at least
torment
Cloud
that
had
they're
like
going
shit
through
happen
and
to him
bond
in a
over the course of the
backstory,
game
right?
In a journey to fulfill
Lightning
their
had like no
pulse. I
backstory.
think that's kind of the point of the story. I think the characters are supposed to be intolerable at first, and then develop into better characters at the end. But honestly, Saz is pretty great throughout the whole game. And Snow just sucks pretty much the whole time. And Vanille's kind of annoying, and Hope's kind of whiny, and you know what?
OST is
Just
great.
forget this section. Oh my god, spoilers for Chapter 11. Chapter 11 spoilers. Not really, this game was launched in 2009, get over it. Alright, so Chapter 11 is a pretty big open world-ish chapter of the game where a lot of the in-game content is.
This is where the
chapter
game
a
got super
completely
fun for
different
me.
game, and it's a blast.
This zone
So
in
no, the whole
particular.
game's not linear. However, this chapter is the only part in the game where it's open world. But there is a lot to do in this chapter. If you take your time with Chapter 11 and venture back to it after the credits roll to find all the in-game secrets and bosses, and really challenge yourself with this game, I think you will see the magnificence of the battle system and what the devs were aiming for with the quality of this game. And by all means in this chapter, they absolutely hit it. And I think pretty much in the last third of the game, they hit it too.
You thought
I
the
just wish
giant
whole
plane
thing
area was
like-
boring? What? I remember like at the time, like seeing Titan in the background and seeing those giant turtles. That was like a revolutionary. Like that was like the next step, where it really showed off how impressive the PS3 as next gen hardware could be. Because like in 11 you saw like Sky and like Shadow of the Colossus and some of the Metal Gear games. Like those are pretty good, and those kind of like showed off how impressive the PS2 could be. But like the first game I played where it's like, oh shit, PS3 has arrived, was the Grand Pulse in 13. It was like, oh damn, that is cool.
Glad they kind of figured out what the sequel, Final Fantasy.
That is
13
huge.
Also, if you want to see me do a video on that, you gotta leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe, hit bell notifications, all that stuff. Conclusion. By no means is this a perfect game, or in the top 10 JRPGs of all time, or even the best Final Fantasy game. I think it's a great JRPG, and I think it's a great Final Fantasy game, but the best Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy. It takes about 20 to 30 hours for this game to really take off, and in today's world, it's just hard to ask that of someone. And there are other glaring factors.
I don't know,
that
I'd
will
probably put it in the
off-putting
top
for
10,
some, such as
maybe.
the linearity in the characters, and the
I'll
limited
put it in the
battle system
top
at the
10
beginning of the
Final
game.
Fantasy
With my
games.
playthrough, all of these issues did for sure hamper my experience. However,
Maybe
as the
top
story and the
7 or
characters and the
whatever,
battle
but
systems
I
developed
don't have an
throughout the
exact
hours of my
number for it.
playthrough, I really started to enjoy the journey. And in a way, I kind of bonded with these characters and respect the story. And as a whole, I'd have to say the story's pretty good. If you have the time to see this game all the way through, I put a huge emphasis on that, and you like JRPGs and or you like Final Fantasy titles, then I think you will have an excellent experience with this game. Even though it takes several hours to develop, if you stick with it till the end, I think you'll look back at the overall experience as time well spent. Plus the ending
I can agree with
really,
that.
really good too.
I mean, I platinumed it, so I overall enjoyed it a lot. I stuck with it. Like, it was really hard to get over that hump, but once I got over that hump, it was really easy to put like easily over 100 hours into it. So overall, I say I really like 13, from the OST to how the combat system fleshed out and a lot of stuff. Now, story and characters, I don't think ever did it for me. I don't think there ever came a point where like, oh, I like this story now. Not really. It's so forgettable. I still can't tell you to this day what the main point of 13 was. Like, were they fighting fate? Like, what was the point? Who was even the main villain? Like, I don't know. Who are even the good guys? Who are even the bad guys? Like, nothing seemed to really matter. I know there's the Pope guy. Beltherius or whatever the fuck. I don't know. It was all just so forgettable. The story, I mean.
And definitely not retconned at all by the next game in the trilogy. There's so many things I could have talked about with this game that I might do in future videos. But if you like the video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification, and share. Basically, my future videos will be determined on...
Okay. There's one more thing I want to check. Why did this talk about... something like that. Oh, it's 3 hours long though. Fuck.
But the PS2 era, make your choice.
Final Fantasy X is loved. Final Fantasy 12 is ignored. Why?
Boeing 747 commercial airliner or a trebuchet. What? They're both great methods of transport. Anyway, FF10 and FF12 are both Final Fantasy games. I looked on YouTube for people's opinion and saw, wow, it's absolutely nothing in 17 years. This video took so long to make that it's now 18. But look at this, right? It's not like people are shy about directly comparing games in the series on YouTube, but I get it. Paradoxically, FF would not be the series we know without its commitment to evolution, trying new things with every title. But the PS2 era really tested this principle. How far can you go before your new game doesn't resemble its series anymore?
I'm gonna kill Praxis!
The first one's pretty safe. Whoa, a direct sequel, that's new. Oh, this isn't even the same genre. And what the hell even is this thing? Today we're talking about the bread of the PS2 sandwich, 10 and 12. Two games that are barely just similar enough to compare.
I agree.
The two biggest games on the best-selling video game console of all.
Well, I can't say it's the best. It doesn't hit every metric. Like, it doesn't get it's not perfection. There are certain things that it does absolutely perfectly that makes it overall, to me, the best Final Fantasy in the series in terms of, like, my enjoyment that I derive from it. But I can't say it's, like, the best in every regard. Like, its story isn't that great. You gotta admit, like, 12's story is mediocre at best. It's not the main component of, or the main feature of the game. It's something that you can kind of ignore. Like, in terms of, like, gameplay, battle system, lore, world, all that. Then it's high up there. Then it's arguably, at least to me, the best compared to the other Final Fantasy games. Yeah. Because apparently they had to shoehorn in Vaughn. Final Fantasy 12 was the first Final Fantasy in the franchise where that's where, like, the boardroom started interfering. It's where they kicked out Sakaguchi, and Sakaguchi like lost his full creative control over Final Fantasy, his series that he created. They brought in the boardroom, they brought in the focus groups, and they're like, you know what we need? We need young characters. From my understanding, like, the original concept and the original story of 12 did not include Vaughn or Pomelo at all. But later on, they were told, like, you know what we need? we need to pander to the younger demographic. So please add the androgynous, male and female characters that the young crowd can relate with. It was supposed to be a story, a more adult story, like Game of Thrones meets Final Fantasy like 12, right? But they had to teen it up, right?
All time. 10's reputation has clearly outshone 12's, and originally this video would lay out the reasons why, both in and outside of the games, but I couldn't just leave it there, man. As soon as my little baby self played these things, they left 2 unique and permanent dents on the inside of my brain, right around where—
Yeah, true. Like, they didn't really matter. They were just added. Like, you can, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can just tell. They were just kind of, like, shoehorned in, and then later on, when the story gets going, I suppose, they're not important to it at all. They're just kind of there. They just kind of exist. I remember watching, like, the final cutscene. Like, Vaughn doesn't do anything. Pomelo doesn't do anything. They just kind of, like, get acknowledged a little bit, and then, like, they're just there. They're not, like, pivotal or integral to the main story at all.
Where social skills and common sense were supposed to go. This video's a way of giving back, as well as forming my long brewing childlike wonder into words. If I'm going to the length of—
Well, you could say they heard it in the context of, like, they took away from development and storytelling time that the other characters would have received. So, like, let's say the first 10 hours is devoted to establishing Vaughn and Pomelo at the beginning of the game. Well, that 10 hours should have been, or would have been, used to establish Balthier and Bosch. Like, I think Bosch is supposed to be the main character of the entire game. And we're supposed to be following him the entire way through. Because he and his brother, right? His brother was the judge, and then he was the other end of that. But instead of, like, establishing him or spending more time establishing him, we got fucking Vaughn and Pomelo instead. And then we kind of saw the game through their eyes instead of through his eyes. So who knows what it would have ended up like if it was more through Bosch.
Of pitting 2 bad bitches against each other in a video, I want to be thorough. So yeah, FF10 won, commercially and critically. I think there's a few reasons for this. Some people would take it as proof that 10 is an objectively better game, but I don't quite believe that. You could argue 12 was disadvantaged from the start, no matter how good it was. If you want to examine why something is popular or not, quality is only one piece of the puzzle, right? These games didn't pop up in a vacuum. They were at the mercy of external circumstances like audience expectations, trends in the industry, and this one is extremely relevant: timing. As Square's first PS2 game, 10 really broke barriers, and they used this shiny new hardware to tell their story like they could not do before. The characters in the game talked all the time.
We can talk more.
The cutscenes were beautiful, almost lifelike, at least for that era. It led the way for FF and became many people's first example of how good RPGs could become with the new technology. Sound familiar? And consider this, a PS2 out of the box doesn't support online multiplayer. You need a special network adapter for it. Why do I bring this up? Well, 11 is an
11.
MMO. It dropped in 2002, just
Hey,
a year after 10, but it didn't make as much of a splash as it could have. Because of this hardware limitation, the number of console players who could play 11 was severely bottlenecked at launch, so while people were waiting for the next entry they could play, FF10 just got to stick in people's minds. Final Fantasy XII was meant to come out in 2004, but shit happened. Square merged with Enix and they decided to crank out 10 too. 12 was pushed back to a 2006 release, but hey, delays happen all the time, so as long as nothing big happens—
Oh, for fuck's sake.
12 is a bigger game than 10.
Wait, PlayStation 3 launched the same year Final Fantasy 12 launched?
Than 10, and it's a technical improvement. No one's gonna fight me on that. But no matter how well they leveraged the hardware, consumers knew the next generation was just around the corner. This is especially egregious in North America, where the game came out 2.5 weeks before the PS3 did. That's not a lot of breathing room at all, especially for a game of 12's sheer size. And I didn't even mention the Xbox 360. see. Practically speaking, FF12 was a last-gen title at launch for most of the world. This isn't all to defend 12's honor and claim it's the superior game that got screwed over by bad timing or whatever. It's just an important piece of context.
I didn't remember that either. That's crazy.
This is the obligatory part of the video where I tell you to play both of these games yourself before watching the rest. Real talk, personally, I have never listened to someone when they say that, so you do you. I'm not your dad. Just be.
Okay, hold on. I have to pause this for a sec. I'm gonna start this up. I don't think Martel is gonna be on for sortie here. It's been an hour. I've waited the hour. I assume we're. But Philroy, do you want to do your Boomba now? My plan right now is to do Boomba with Philroy, and that'll take us from 8 to 9, and around 9:30 Central to 10ish, we'll do Wave 3 Dynamis. Dynamis Divergence. I know a few people are interested in Wave 3 clear tonight, right? So that's when you can plan on that. I think we should be able to very much easily enter by 9:30 Central, so that's like an hour and a half. We're doing Sandy again. We didn't finish Sandy last time, so we're gonna finish Sandy this time. And then I think it'll just depend on who redeems, and whoever redeems first gets to pick the clear, gets to pick the zone. Hot damn, the PS3 is almost 20 years old. Do you feel old yet? Ambu Cat? No, we're not doing Ambu. We're doing Booba. We're doing the Booba. Oh. I see. I see. Oh, we have 2 spins to do, actually. Is Snoopy still there? Snoopy and Billroy both have a spin. Which we can do. Cool, cool. Alright. Giraffe got the gifted tier 3 from Snoopy earlier during AEONIC, so you can do that now. Alright, Snoopy's spin incoming. And boom! Oh, has a chance. Yuko treat. Yuko! What do you say? Hey! You want a treat? What do you say to chat? You say hi? You want bacon? Can I have it? Share? He's being reserved. He's not yapping too hard. What do you say? Can I have it? Alright, there you go. Alright, and now Philroy's obligatory rant incoming. You don't even have to look. I don't even know why you're spinning it. We know it's gonna be a rant, right? Ooh, 75k channel points instead. Never mind, never mind. $2,470k for Snoopy and 453 for Gil. And then Philroy up to 415k brass. Yeah, sorry, no rant for you. Better luck next time. Remember, it's 2 throwaway jobs first. We're doing V25, right? Pure RP? You don't still need the V20 clear, right? Pure RP. Okay, you got it. Thief Ranger Blue. Alright, that works. That's fine. That's fine. You can do that. Okay. Beastmaster. Oh, no, you don't need Shadowbind second round. That's fine. Yeah. That's only for V20. I'm not getting it to the ad out for V25. So it's a non-factor. Yep, that's fine. That works. God dang it. Ah, dang nabbit. Didn't have my moglophones ready. Oh shit, I forgot we got Fed's segment run too tonight. What a busy night. Jesus. I have to remember to pick up my moglophone too. Okay, show jail. You got your 3 moglophones, right? Good, good. I can just pretty much immediately enter. Waste no lobby time. Booba B 25. And back to our why 12 is so
Be
great
advised
video.
that this video is not a play-by-play of the plots of these games, so it obviously helps if you know what happens in them at least a little bit, and naturally there are heavy spoilers.
In the beginning.
First impressions matter, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna bend the promise I just made to you. I know I said I won't be recounting these games beat by beat, but I do want to pay extra attention to the introductions of both games, as they shed light on the approaches these games have to storytelling and might explain why these games were received in the way they were. So let's put them under the microscope. The opening credits for Final Fantasy X are a little slice of many of the things people love about the game. It's almost like
Yeah, I think the thing I love the most about 10 is like it was like a movie. It's kind of the opposite of 12, in all honesty. Like what made me love 12 so much is like it felt like exploration. It felt like the combat system was so engaging. It felt like just playing the game was just super fun, and I didn't care about anything else other than just playing the game and getting to the different zones and exploring and getting, figuring out the gambits, etc. Just playing the game was super fun. Whereas 10, I feel like I didn't care as much at all about the actual game itself. I just wanted to get to the next cutscene. I want to get to the next story beat. I want to get to the next interaction with the actual characters. Don't get me wrong, the actual game was incredible too. It had to be, right? But wouldn't say the gameplay of 10 was necessarily the driving force of like what made me want to keep playing. What made me want to keep playing 10 was just getting the next
It's like we're intruding on a
story
private
thing.
moment of respite. We don't know any of these people yet, but we catch a glimpse of the weariness they're feeling. The tenderness we'll only understand when we obtain the context. None of this is communicated through words. The only thing we hear is the beautiful piano piece known as To Xanarkand. It's one of the most iconic Final Fantasy tracks in the series for good reason, and it gets us ready for a truly incredible soundtrack. Then, we hear it.
Listen to my story.
Holy fuck. The man in the video game just talked, and he will continue to talk for the duration of the game. 32-year-old James Arnold Taylor, a future voice acting goat, is telling you to listen up because he has shit to say. FF12 used to have
voice actor goat, and you guys give him shit all the time for the ha 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 scene. He's actually a genius, okay? He has a resume. He's fucking Ratchet and Clank too. You kidding me? And he gets shit? It was like a cutting edge. This is the first time they ever did like a voice track in a video game. And for being the first, it was incredible.
Goat is telling you to listen up because he has shit to say. FF12 used to have a pre-rendered cutscene that played before the title screen, but that was basically just a supercut of pretty moments from the game. The actual intro cutscene is this one. How's that for a change of pace, huh? Immediately we get something that 10 never gave us. Any semblance of a calendar year. We get treated to a few shots of a bustling, living city.
Show the awkwardness of love and youth.
Hey! Sorry.
Is this a playable race in 14 yet? I'm interested.
Sorry, I blacked out for a second. There's a royal wedding happening, and everyone's invited. It's a lovely image. It's happy.
Reminds me of
and unlike FF10's opening credits, it's anything but intimate. It is
12 felt a lot like
just how
Phantom Menace
quickly
in
these
a lot of
opening
ways.
cinematics reveal the scope of their respective game. 10 feels personal. The focus is on the main cast, but 12 uses its first moments to build up the world of Ivalice. This becomes even more apparent later in the cutscene, but let's see how 10 is doing. When you actually start the game, you're not in some ruins, and you're not in a fantasy city such as Rabanastre. This is a bona fide metropolis, a place vaguely futuristic in that charming way early 2000s media can be. What's more, we're not some Joe Schmo, we're Titus, the Titus, star player of the Xanarkand Abes. People often confuse him with a guy named Titus, but that's someone else entirely. Life is
His
great
name is
for our
Titus.
protagonist, but the somewhat dreamlike quality
Officially,
of Xanarkand is a
he's
little
officially
off-putting from the
Titus.
very get-go. There's already mysteries hanging over the player. You're thinking, why does this place have such a different vibe to what I saw in the opening credits? How do we get from here to there? And what in the name of God is Blitzball? Those are all pertinent questions.
Blitzball's the
but
best
before that, I just want
minigame
to
in the
highlight
history of
something.
Final
A little
Fantasy.
monologue that often gets forgotten because it's the filling of an iconic moment sandwich. It's sad people don't discuss this part more because it's genuinely brilliant, and to make up for this, I will play some of it to you right now.
I remember this. This is where he's like talking about his dad.
Was in a coffee shop running away from home when I heard the news. Our hero,
Oh yeah, this is the announcer guy. He's like, that brings me here today, where the Xanarkand Abes face off against the blah blah blah.
checked, gone, vanished into thin air.
It's like a commercial.
My dad must have been his biggest fan. I knew how sad he'd be. Heck, we all were that day. Zanar, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back home. We sat up talking about Jack all night. My dad and I never talked so much. Whoa. Didn't mean to reminisce, folks.
I know parasocial relationships are at the top
Anyway,
of the town,
10 years
but we've
later,
all
the Jack Memorial Cup tournament is
rooted for someone
today.
before. We live in a time where a
The
person
two teams that have won through are the finals are of course the Abes of A East and the
Actions can
Duggles
touch
from
hearts
Sea
across
South.
the world. We all have idols, and when they die, it doesn't matter that you've never met them before, it still feels like a loss. They impacted you even if they didn't know it. Jecht was that kind of man for the people of Xanarkand. A personality larger than life, an icon whose absence is still felt a decade later. So isn't it really interesting when Titus, his own son, doesn't seem to miss Jecht at all? You wonder how an icon to so many can be disliked by someone we assume was close to him. This isn't some hot new character dynamic straight off the shelves, but the announcer's monologue sells it completely. I am fully on board that Jecht was the goat of Blitzball, whatever that is, and I am frothing at the mouth to find out why Titus followed in his old man's footsteps without actually looking up to him. Oh hey, it's the reason people forget that part. Every player of this game has a moment where they realize that's what Blitzball is. It's a perfect mix of silly and awesome that fits FF10 so well. This cutscene is genuine Kino. It gets me hyped up for this game every time. It almost gets me enthusiastic to play Blitzball. Almost. We also catch a glimpse of the coolest motherfucker in the game while the city falls under siege from a massive malevolent force. FF10 really puts its best foot forward. In a very short amount of time, it's built anticipation for what's to come, introduced two promising characters in Titus and Jecht, and it's carved out an identity for its world in the form of Blitzball. It's completely okay to hate Blitzball. I find playing Blitzball to be a chore, but you cannot deny it's memorable. Narratively speaking, this dumbass underwater sport does so much for the game on several levels, but more on that later. Back in FF12, things have taken a turn. Never mind the wedding,
It's not just a minigame, it's a part of the world. It's a part of the story. You don't get that very often. Like, I don't, like... Are the card games integral to the story of 9 and 8? I don't think they are. It's purely side content. I don't think there's any important moment, like they're at a card tournament. Well, maybe they are. Maybe in 8, maybe. I don't think so, though.
Nation is at war.
Not part of the main story.
Time. So many things get name dropped. Naburisa's fault.
It's how he bonds with Waka. Yeah, exactly. It's how he joins the team and how it moves the story forward. Is that the fact that Titus can play Blitzball in the past, or technically the future. Well, technically it's the past, but it looks like the future. But yeah, it allows him to join the Besaid team, which is how he gets to Luca, how he joins the pilgrimage with Yuna.
Fallen. I don't know what that is, but it sure has fallen. The big bad Arcadian Empire is attacking Dalmasca. There's battle plans being drawn up. The guy who just got married is leading troops. We are getting geopolitical in this bitch. Check out this transition to the Battle of Nalbana. Boom. Sam Raimi wishes he was that. The battle itself doesn't disappoint either. People kinda unjustly compare this game to Star Wars, but the energy of this scene is Lord of the Rings all the way. Plus airship combat and energy shields. The fight turns sour, and Rassler, the guy who just got married, gets quickscoped. His partner retreats with him in critical condition, and the Arcadians take the fortress. Rassler didn't make it. His new marriage was tragically cut short. I have issues with this opening cinematic, but at the same time I find it difficult to criticize. The problems with it might just be endemic to the kind of story FF12 is. What 12 lacks in intimacy, it makes up with sheer scale. In order to keep up with all the politicking and moving parts later on, the player needs to be front-loaded with context. There's no time to zoom in on a nuanced character dynamic so early on, because when you're dealing with a story this large, you need to zoom out a lot more to give the audience its bearings. On one hand, it's very impressive. The world of Evil East looks very inviting. The issue that this creates is that we get a lot of facts right away without a concrete reason to care. No one's pouring one out for little Rassler over here. We literally learn his name right before he gets shot. Oh, so that's why. The geopolitical stuff is obviously the bread and butter of this game, and the opening hints at what's to come, but unfortunately this game doesn't have Blitzball, or, you know, something like it. After watching this opening cutscene, you get the feeling this universe is big and beautiful, but there's no single iconic trait that you can latch onto. After the title card, we get treated to some narration. Marquis Ondor, the writer of this memoir, fills in the gaps of what we just saw. Rassler and Ash's marriage was a political one, and their kingdoms are caught between Arcadia Arcadia and Rosaria. The Battle of Nalbina was so catastrophic that Dalmasca basically has to accept peace with Arcadia at any cost. The king goes to Nalbina to sign the treaty, but it's
Kinda reminds you of
foreshadowed
the
that
story
things
of
are not gonna
15
go to plan. So
with
I'm
Luna,
tempted
Freya,
to
and
say one way to
Noctis.
fix FF12's opening is to put all the political stuff into this memoir and make the cinematic more personal. Maybe show the events through the eyes of an ordinary Dalmascan. Maybe some kind of protagonist, perchance, maybe? Then we let the memoir fill in the gaps that some ordinary Dalmascan wouldn't know. On second thought, that might make the memoir uncomfortably long and overwhelm people more than even canon does. Yeah, I don't know, man, it's a tough puzzle. It's a lot to fit into a few minutes. This is kind of just a slow burn situation, I feel. Back in Zanarkand, the city is in chaos, and we bump into Orin, who is awfully nonchalant about this. Oh yeah, there's also this.
It begins.
They're just kind of proving, like, just even at the very, very beginning, like, 10 just did such a superior job telling an interesting story. Whereas, like, already 12 feels, like, convoluted, too much is happening, it's too broad, it's too, like, large scope, and they didn't really have time to tell, like, the details that they needed to, and even then, like, even 12 didn't get on a personal level either. Because, like, the Rask guy, or the king guy, he just gets killed right away.
What?
Hey, Bacon. Welcome back.
Don't cry.
This'll get explained like 15 hours later, don't worry. Orin leads us towards the kaiju in the sky, which is named Sin. He hands us a sword, apparently from Jekt. My old
great.
man. Sin
No
spawns
deaths.
some minions to block our path, and the combat tutorial begins as we carve our way towards Sin. In the midst of all this fighting, Titus finds a moment to snark at his dad's
No
billboard.
sortie today,
then,
though.
and
Doesn't
only
look like.
then, he's like, "Hey Orin, maybe we should run away from that eldritch horror." This is most likely self-preservation talking, but I like to think Titus saw Jekt and he was like, "Aw, hell, that's right, Jekt died. If I approach that thing, I might die too, and that'll make me just like my old man. I gotta get out of here."
Well, he said he hasn't been feeling well, so probably that again.
Give me a break, man.
We continue fighting and reach Sin. Up close, its power is even more oppressive. It seems to draw the city into itself and devour it piece by piece. We never had a chance of beating this thing, but it seems Orin never wanted to. He talks to Sin while Titus hangs on for dear life, and standing over Titus, he tells him,
This is it. This is your story.
Nuh-uh. I didn't. Chat did. Chat's fault.
With that, Orin and Titus are engulfed. In some weird dream, Titus sees a young version of himself. Like FF12, this game has narration, but rather than providing context to global events, it lets Titus tell the reader what he's thinking at several points in the story.
Yeah.
He drifts
Just
in
a
and
better
out
way of telling the
consciousness,
story.
wondering what the hell just happened. His world has just been torn apart and he wishes there was someone, anyone with him to share this with. He wakes up in an unfamiliar ruin, not to be confused with the ruin we are familiar with. Meanwhile, FF12 has decided to throw us a bone.
You there? Can you hear me?
This is like the flashback thing, I think.
The game finally puts us into someone's shoes. A familiar face kneels over us, Rassler's
Yeah.
companion.
It's as I feared. They're slowing us down.
Another voice complains that there's no time for us, but he
And then
refuses
it
to leave a
cuts
man
to
behind.
fucking
Our
Vaughn
name is
later
Rex,
on after
and we're a
this.
soldier of Dalmasca. Rex is young, a lad of 17 years, almost too young to be a soldier, but Rex insists he wants to defend his country and his brother at home. We finally learn Bosch's name.
I'm Captain Bosch von Rotzenberg of Dalmasca.
After so much build-up, it's nice
No,
to
he's
properly
not.
meet some
Liar.
characters. This little dialogue with Bosch is short, but establishes him really effectively. Then after helping this boy stand, he immediately solos like 6 Imperial soldiers. It's a shame that it took this long for FF12 to attempt characterization because it succeeds the first time of asking. The game wants us to look up to Bosch, and yeah, I'd die for this dude. In contrast to Vossler, who was laser focused on the mission, Bosch still has it in him to care about his subordinates. He manages to show compassion without appearing fragile. All that from one scene. You might think I'm exaggerating, but no, FF12 is capable of some great writing. The opening cinematic kinda had me worried, but now we are in it. Bosch teaches us how to walk and talk, and then we learn a third thing. Fighting. This is significant in itself because of FF12's combat. The fact that you can seamlessly battle enemies and run around mid-fight is one of FF12's biggest talking points to this day. Some people love it, some fools don't. I'll dive into it properly later, but for any long-time Final Fantasy fan, this was a shock to the system. The era of random encounters that carried this series from conception is dead. While our squad battles this Arcadian airship, I should remind viewers what we're doing in Nalbina in the first place. It's a little unclear, but the battle for Nalbina is over. The Arcadians won that. The King of Dalmasca sees no way to save his country but sue for peace and become a puppet leader, so he's come to Nalbina to sign the treaty. Bosch, who was in Nalbina and saw it fall, is now back in Nalbina because the Dalmascan Knights suspect a scheme. A bit of tomfoolery, if you will. They're trying to reach the king before he signs the treaty because they fear what the Arcadians might do to him once it's been signed. That's basically... Wait, did you just see that? Bosch, what the fuck just happened? What did you just do? Let's ignore that, we have a king to save. The squad races through the fortress, cutting through some Imperials and running away from others. Rex stays behind to hold off some pursuing Imperials. This 1v3 fight is the first true test of what you've learned so far, but it's not so bad. Its true purpose is to separate you from the squad. Rex catches up, but he's too late. He's arrived to a bloodbath. Dalmascans and Arcadians alike are strewn about the floor, and on the throne is the king, lifeless.
Your Majesty.
No. The Puppet King.
His captain,
King
the
of
same
Puppet.
captain who picked him up and asked him his name, just buried a blade in his gut. Bosch didn't agree with the king's choice to bow to Arcadia and took matters into his own hands. As Rex's consciousness slips away, the Arcadians burst in and apprehend the Kingslayer. The Arcadian emissary taunts Bosch. His rashness has doomed his country. Now that Dalmasca has no leader, the Empire has no choice but to continue its invasion. Betrayed and bleeding out, Rex calls out for his brother.
His twin brother, right? The judge dude.
This is the kind of intro sequence that really benefits from a repeat playthrough. If you're a first-time player, you might be too confused to really appreciate the events. I don't mean to say this in a CinemaSins way. I can forgive a piece of media for not explaining everything on screen immediately.
It's Jamie
My problem
Lannister.
Is that FF12
before Game of Thrones was a thing.
Repeatedly here.
We got
There's
Jamie.
a lot of important-looking people around discussing a political narrative that you're trying to understand while chaos ensues on the battlefield. Suddenly, you're thrust into this important rescue mission, but before you know it, the guy you might have been fooled into seeing as the protagonist becomes a casualty. This is all very intriguing, but when you're not anchored to a character to filter these things through, it's easy to feel lost. Wrestler is dead on arrival, and Ash is even deader on arrival, having died off screen without a line of dialogue to her name. Rex turned out to be a decoy protagonist. Bosch was the standout character, but when he betrayed the king, he crossed the line into villainy where the player can't follow. But when you start the game again and know what really happened in Nalbina, you really appreciate the gears behind everything going on. Not that there weren't hints. If you listened carefully, you might have noticed that Bosch here,
you're barely old enough to be a man,
and Bosch here,
the king intended all along to sell Dalmasca to the
They sound different.
different. The first time round, you're too disoriented to really put thought into it, and there's no indication Bosch straight up has a twin brother, but it's satisfying to see these things fall into place with hindsight. You get to really enjoy the spectacle of the wedding, the battle sequences, and the utter shithousery of Vane's plan when you're not wondering what the hell is going on. You know who else is lost? Titus. Whatever this place is, he's by himself, and God knows where Auron is. He may stumble across a glyph with writing on it, but it's in a language he's never seen before. The structure he walks on collapses around him, and he fights off massive underwater creatures before he gets chased into the ruins' interior. It caves in, and he's left to find a way out. I can't really describe the situation better than the man himself.
I had made it out of the frying pan and into the freezer.
In this moment, Titus is the king of sad, sopping wet little men, and you can't help but feel bad for him. He's been ripped from a life of stardom into a survival situation. The next section is kind of a breather. You get to process all the weird shit that just happened while Titus searches through this ancient ruin for flint and tinder. I do appreciate some good pacing. The action gets broken up with a nice morsel of character development. When he manages to start a fire and dozes off, a recent conversation with Auron plays in his mind. Jecht has been gone for 10 years, and Auron is surprised that Titus isn't crying. But he did cry.
You cried.
The game keeps Titus's relationship with Jecht vague for now, but it seems clear that Titus's feelings are strong, whatever they are. Titus wakes up to see his precious fire blink out. As he struggles to save it, a creature ambushes him. We try and fight it, but it's a tough cookie, and just when things look dire, a bunch of people blast their way into the room. Other humans! Yes! This unknown girl helps us beat the creature, but our victory is short-lived. The men grab Titus, saying words we can't understand.
I remember that. It was so good. And then there's the foreign language. There's the Albed language, right? that you could decipher when you found the books. And then, like, your second playthrough, when you had all the books unlocked, you're like, oh shit, that's what they were saying the whole time.
And point their weapons at him. They want to kill him.
That was
The
really
girl
cool.
argues with them and talks Titus down from an execution to a kidnapping. Next thing we know, we're on the deck of a ship in the middle of nowhere. I find it funny how in FF10 the player isn't omniscient like they are in 12, but the game still wants to bring us to several locations in a short span of time. And the answer to this is just to yank Titus around from place to place against his will. This does mean Titus doesn't really have much agency at all so far, but he's still got opportunities for his personality to shine through. Speaking of characters, I am pleased to announce the first real player character has graced FF12 with his presence. Vaughn,
Riku.
Rex's brother. And don't worry, Vaughn is here to—
No shot. Not Riku. Lulu, Yuna. Yuna's definitely the best waifu. Are you kidding me? Yuna by a mile. But also, Lulu's better than Riku. Brother is better than Riku. Riku's not even the best Albed waifu.
to stay. His first impression is pretty decent. He kills some rats in the sewers and emerges out into Rabanastre. We're 2 years into the Arcadian occupation and things are rough. The Arcadian soldiers aren't treating the townspeople with much dignity, but Vaughn isn't taking this lying down. He yoinks a soldier's money pouch and disappears into the crowd. He doesn't have much time to enjoy his spoils before Penello enters the scene. Enjoy this scene because it's like half the development Penello ever gets. Vaughn and Penello are two of many orphans left to fend for themselves in a post-war Rabanastre. It's all they can do to survive, but Vaughn has grander dreams. An airship flies overhead and Vaughn wants so desperately to be in one of those. A sky pirate free to go wherever he
Alright, gotta pause. Gotta pause for Booba. You heard that I have a Yuna body pillow. So what if I did? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to imply? Is there something wrong with a Yuna body pillow? I can neither confirm or deny. But for real, Yuna is by far the best, like, female character in Final Fantasy, by a mile. Like, it's not even close, is it? Name one female character that's better than Yuna. I dare you. Not possible. No way. Aerith is better than Tifa. Team Aerith all the way. Kidding? Tifa waifus are weird. Yuna's way better than Aerith, though. Are you kidding me? No, Yuffie's terrible. You cannot make a convincing argument that Yuffie is a better waifu than Yuna. No way. No shot. And see the type that you guys like, though. I can see the Riku Yuffie type. shining through. That's probably more based off of appearances rather than personality. Yuna was cheerful. How was Yuna not cheerful? I think Riku was more doom and gloom around Yuna than Yuna was. Because Riku knew what would happen, or the pilgrimage that Yuna was on. Every single time Riku was around, she was all sad. And all doom and gloom. And angry. Because she didn't want Yuna going on the pilgrimage. Because she knew what would happen. Well, I mean, Yuna had a lot of weight on her shoulders. Of course she was a little reserved. She was dying. Oh, god damn it. And then fucking get this. Oh, God. Shit. Well, damn it. Well, that complicates things a little bit. Oh, shit. Please stick down. Please stick down one more time. Son of a bitch. You better tick down. Son of a biscuit. Oh, maybe it should have. Actually, it should have. It only given once. There it is. Okay, we're good. We're good. I have a result. Look at that planking. Look at that professional planking. Look at that arm strength to hold up the great sword like that. Funny, I literally hit my Mew macro the second it used the TP move. Unlucky timing. But you're dead now. You're donezo. Owned. Destroyed. Man, it aggroes him so far away, it's crazy. I swear, they fucked up Boomba here. They wanted to make it like impossible to recover, it seems like. Can't tell if it's all bugged or what. Seems bugged. No, it wasn't always like this though. It was like two months ago. You could die and get back up easily without aggroing the halos. I never said it. I never guaranteed. I just said that the rate is higher. Also, we're not even doing V20 right now. We're doing 25 RP farm, so wouldn't matter either way. Oh, no way. Oh shit, that's actually really bad. Uh-oh. Oh, big uh-oh. I summoned Kate Sith? I have no blood packs. I can't raise anyone. I'm pretty sure I can't raise anyone. Uh-oh. I don't have a raise spell on recycling. And I don't have the raise helm. Why would I get a raise spell on recycling? This has never happened before. I have re-raise on recycling, I just don't have raise. I don't think there's any way I can raise anyone. I know. Not like I actually ever played Red Mage, though. I leveled it to 99 and I never touched it. I never used it. I literally didn't buy a single spell on it. Just the merit spells. Not merit. Gift spells. Summoners level 1. Poor. Dancer, Geo. Is there another job with raise? I don't think so. I bet. Well, nothing I can do now. You have the alive character, but they can't do anything. We are hard stuck. have Summoner, but it's level 1, and I can't use Kate Sith. Well, I can use Kate Sith, but you don't get raise level 1, higher level. Just have nothing that can raise. Guess I'll go get a raise scroll now. Well, I guess on the bright side, Philroy got some RP. Got 2 runs worth of RP. But it won't count against you because we didn't finish the actual RP run. So I guess you got a freebie? You got a 2-run freebie? But we also don't have time to do another one. So we'll have to reschedule. Tonight. Probably do it tomorrow night again if you want, or whatever schedule works for you. But as for tonight, we're kind of fucked. Well, it won't take away from your spin or anything. Like I said, you essentially just got a free run. But it broke your RP chain. So you kind of came out on top in terms of getting extra RP, but also having to redo your RP combo. Alright, I'll get raise scrolls now. Not that it'll matter. This will probably never happen again. Raise 2 is 500k? Damn. Kind of crazy. Actually, I can probably just home point on everyone. Not any important jobs. Like quicker. Well, now I have raise on recycling. Or next time. Oh no. I lost my riposte. I forgot my riposte is still up. Dang. That sucks. Rip. Alright, next up, is Fed still there? No? Are we not doing Fed's segment run? Don't say I didn't try. What was the theory? You get doomed, but you try to kill it before Doom procs? You were thinking that if you got it low enough, it would remove the Doom? Yeah. You're not using anything that would be able to deal Theodore. I think maybe Asylum could block it, but no White Mage. Stymie Sleep 2 could stop Theodore in his tracks, but you're not using Red Mage. You just have to kill Theodore or deal with Theodore and easy win. No Fed. Fed bailed on me. So I guess we can't do Segram now? I guess we can pivot into Dynamis instead? Oh no, how long should I wait? I can't wait too long. If I don't go now, then it'll be over 9:30 to 10 for Wave 3. Sure, now you're back. Lucky. I was about to abandon you. You did not send a tell. I sent a tell. Full of bullpucky. Poorly designed, but it sounds like you're close enough to where you're one mechanic away from winning. How bad can it be? You're one Theodore kill away from winning. Get good. Get gooder. they'll gain a feel for it. It's the same reason like with Fullers. Dancing Fullers. Vanilla players can't see when that's about to happen. It's not like you have to see it. Well, no, that adds a layer of difficulty and a layer of, feeling that you need for the fight. It's to say that's bad design, just a layer of uncertainty that you have to account for. I really wonder what it'd be like if you played, like, completely vanilla. For a lot of the content. Like, completely vanilla V25. Do you think that's actually impossible? Do you think there's a group out there that has done full V25 clears completely vanilla? Kind of crazy how dependent a lot of the player base is on a lot of the add-ons. How the overwhelming sentiment seems to be that like the game is actually impossible without add-ons, and you can't even fathom to do the harder content without it. Well, there's a lot of fights in the game where you don't get to see the NM's HP bar. Not the first time they've done it. There's my 11. right. Running to the portal. It was designed with the add-ons in mind? I doubt it. There's no way. They design a fight with add-ons in mind. What add-ons would they have in mind? If they had add-ons in mind, why would they even add the mechanic in the first place to hide its HP? Why not just show the HP and make it fair for everyone? Doesn't make any sense. Why hide it then? They hide it just so people are incentivized to use an add-on? Why not just show the HP then? Really fucking over people that don't use add-on? Make it impossible for them? Grossly overestimate their incompetence. I don't think they're nearly as incompetent as any players give them credit for. Again, I have to ask, you know, when was the last time they added content that was literally impossible to beat? When all the player base said it's impossible to beat, and then it gets figured out, and then it's not nearly as impossible as people made it out to be. Like Ammunon. The first month of Ammunon, everyone thought it was impossible. B25 Boomba, everyone thought it was impossible. Because they had a way of thinking it should be done, and then the way it ended up being beatable was completely outside the meta of what people thought was the way to do it. Even AV was beatable. If you had perfect latency. And luck. Actually, I mean, even with great latency, I think they didn't want people to beat AV. They wanted to be completely luck-based. They wanted to be just completely, like, on a whim. Where, like, your white mage happens to Benediction at the exact same time as AV. Naturally. And they wanted the fight to be like a 1 in 1,000 chance to win, if not more. We definitely wanted to go out of their way to make it so AV kills were not common at all. Also, you're even saying with, like, perfect luck, you have 20-25 minutes remaining for August. If you can just deal with Theodore. Once you figure out the Theodore mechanic, or a cheese for it, boom. Yeah, so? So every fight in the game should be completely beatable with the worst luck possible? It's like people saying that, you know, B25 should be beatable on the first key item with the worst aura possible. Wait, Fed, you don't have the key item? You don't have your Molgophone 1? You want to get it? How's that possible? Alright, can use food. And where it... I dare try again. Ah, shit, the Halo's right here. Wait, how can you say that when nobody's beat Wings of War yet? We have no idea what the final part of the fight's like. That's a bold assumption, no? For all we know, there could be another mob. It could be the Maelstrom Mage as the final NM. I missed the first hit on that one. I missed out outright on that one. Alright, Fed, go kill the Halo. Or at least kill your own mob. Pulse like this. Halo's not down there. Where are you going? First Segrun? The Halo is right up here. The first scan. No AEONIC deaths. NATO protected us this AEONIC run, as per our conversation earlier. The United Nations protected us from AEONIC deaths. Good thing for the current world order. Don't think AEONIC is a decade old. Not quite yet. You never have to wait for me. Just go off and kill stuff. Within reason. It's fine to die. Thought there'd be more mobs along the way. Oops. I do not salute their fighting the good fight. I think it's bad. I think it's encouraging Square to think that people actually do the content and that people care, which is a bad thing. Wait, how'd you get bound? Where are you? Wherever you are, it seems like it's not good. They're not cockblock me. No, stop getting bound. Get out of there. You're gonna prevent me from going up. You keep shit aggroed. Sealed Fate is not peak design. You are crazy. Absolutely crazy. Sealed Fate is like, wow, you can summoner and have unresisted views and completely lock out a mob from ever using a single TP move. Whoop-de-doo. Oh, and it's AoE too. You can AoE lock out mobs from ever using a TP move at all while you hold them. That's like terribly designed content. At least Aminon requires more, right? At least Aminon requires you to have like cap skill into something. And high-end gear to actually land the spell you want. You was literally just like summon Kate Sith on any sub, any job with summoner sub, and land an unresisted Mew. Easy. I would say that's peak content design. Putrub Ambu requires more mechanics and more strategy than Sealed Fate. Fight me. Kinda does. There's more of a pressure to perfectly maintain Mew in the Quitra Bamboo than there is Sealed Fate. There's more of a punishment for failing the Mew in Quitra Bamboo than there is Sealed Fate. No? Shit, gather. Come, gather. Go to the paladin. Shit, the songs are all fucked now. You're crazy. You think that's peak coordination and peak content design, and you're gonna dog on Sortie? and Aminon and such. Wild. How? How more than anything else? The summoner has to rotate a physical blood pact with with Mew on repeat. The tank has to just have a blink sit on and mitigate taking damage and not feed too much TP. The Black Mage has to volley with the Rune Fencer and land death and magic bursts. What's the Geo doing? Not much at all? Oh, so you're not saying that Sealed Fate is like the best content designed ever. You're saying it's well-designed content. Okay. I was taking it as you were just like saying, it was the best designed content ever. I can think of plenty of other content that's better designed than Sealed Fate. You should focus on outputting more damage than worrying about what's free lat or not. Just saying. Just say I'm not super impressed with the monk so far. Now, Sealed Fate without Mew, I can agree. That's probably like peak content and difficulty right there. And I think at least one or two groups did it that way too. That to me is super impressive. You made that fight a joke and trivial and not very hard at all. But without Mew, and it was possible to do it without Mew. To me, that was like far more impressive. Wow, I'm getting chunked. Oh, you're gonna die. Gotta be more careful. The monk got all the buffs. Yes. What the hell killed you? Come on now. You cereal right now? How is that even possible? Did he die slowly, or was it like instant? I kind of feel like it was instant. And it was right as I was rebuffing too. I was completely singing. Almost intentional. You did not die slow, you died quick. Sure. Probably got death scissored or some shit. What you need is Savage Blade Warrior for this. Take a strat from Daywalker. Need more Savage Blade Warrior with Cicada. Savage Blade Monk would probably be better than right now, yeah. Savage Blade Monk would be alive right now. He'd be weakened. HP would be full. Oh my god, he's gonna do it again. Look at you, pulled the mob away. What do you want me to do there? You're intentionally pulling the mob away from me. Bold move, Cotton. Bold move. That's while you were weak, too. No buffs. It's still pulling mobs out of the range. Middle of nowhere. There is no white mage. There's no white mage to heal. He had Tabula, Regen 5, and Imbrava, and he still got clapped that quickly. At that point, what can I do? At that point, my hands are tied. I am not casting Cure on that. No shot. They dug their grave, they can lie in it. This prediction is not looking good. I'll admit. I think he's lost now too. He did not follow me up. And he's gonna HP aggro the Butcher probably. It's looking sus. Ooh, ghouls. Skipping that, skipping that. I'm just gonna go to the very end. Going for it. I'm going for it. 4 minutes to do a Halo. Should be fine, right? Ooh, that could be bad. God, don't mention me. Good. Okay, right after this seg run, we're going to be doing Wave 3 clear, Mega Boss clear for Dynamis Sandy. If anyone's interested in the Wave 3 clear redeem. Soon here. You could try to outsam me. I dare you. Do it. Chicken. Cowards. Chat's too afraid to samurai versus samurai. Instead they go warrior. Alright, let's go hit the exit. I'm not passing all that. I don't know why you're lotting it. Got 99 problems. Passing ain't one of them. You do not need it. Wings are like 1k gil on the auction house. You'll live. Should focus more on keeping your HP above 0 than worrying about lotting wing boxes. Just saying. Hey Steven Sharp, how's it going? Hey MJ. All right, I'm going bar today. Well, Zoid's barred today. Ash is Geo. Nice. Paladin sub Rune Fencer. If you can keep your HP above 0, yeah. I'm Red Mage, sub Ninja. Sorry, Rad Mage. I am Rad Mage. AE, Seraphlade, Dispel, Frazzle, Distract, Slow Paralyze, Dagger, SU5, Get 3, Gravity 2, Atom 2, Silence. Extra this. Why can't I just like add these two right here? Composure. Maybe add the buffing stuff here. Paste. Refresh. The links. Phalanx. Temper? I think I got everything on one palette now. It's good. You think I need the extra DPS draft? Wow. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for nothing. What do I have food from? Oh. My red curry bun lasted an hour instead of 30 minutes. That's awkward. Good. Nobody even predicted for the segment run. So what's the point? Hey, Needy. How's it going? What's up? And a wild Chelney. Chelney here. The giraffe is coming back. Does that mean Chelney's coming back too? Not much to get ready for sortie. Cool. Oh. Thunder Plains now, no time for coming back. Wow. Dodging lightning, huh? Was Locke coming? Who was coming? For Wave 3. Or Mega. Clear. I didn't get a good idea. Okay, Locke is coming. Whoops. Damn, coming on 4? Hog. Forgot to add... or re-add the Wave 3 clear. Bitter, that's not funny. I was not at the zoo during the weekend, Bitter, okay? That was not me, it was a doppelganger. It was an imitation. I'll have you know. Okay. Wave 3 clear is added again. It should be unpaused, so it should be redeemable now. Can't hear me? Unfortunate. It's kind of funny. Sorry, I have you muted. I'm not listening to you, but please answer me. Okay. What if I have you muted, huh? What if I can't see what you're typing? What if I'm blind right now, huh? Yeah, that's why I'm making it a little higher. I'm tempted to make it 150 because it guarantees the Wave 3 clear, and it might not be like 1-for-1, so if you don't get it. If I make it 100k, then it's like a Wave 3 attempt. But I won't guarantee the kill. So it depends what you want, right? We could go 100k, and if we get the clear, we get the clear. If we don't, we don't. And if we don't, you have to redeem again. Or I can go for 130 or 150k, but it guarantees the clear. And if we don't get the clear on the day 1, then you can go the next run and then finish up the mask or get the clear fresh. Correct. That's the thing I'm unsure of. It's like, yeah, you guys can keep doing the RP runs and use your RP redemptions, but does that mean everyone coming for RP just gets random like free Wave 3 clears? Or do we have to like kick you from Alliance when we get to the Wave 3 Mega? I think that's what we're gonna have to do. It's gonna be like, okay, once we get to Wave 3 Mega, if you're not redeeming for the Mega, we might have to kick you. No, you do not get. You have to be in XP range and you have to be in title range to get the clear for the Mega for Wave 3. That sounds somewhat reasonable. I think we can do that. Yeah. It'd be like whatever the final time we have left for Wave 3 Mega before we pull, we'd be like, okay, who redeemed for Wave 3 Mega, who didn't. Whoever did stays in the Alliance, whoever didn't will kick. Or warp out or whatever. For now, I'm going to keep the Wave 3 Mega clear at 130, and it's going to guarantee the clear. So if we don't, let's say we time out at 20%. Well, with the current redeem, you'll come the next run, and you'll finish up your mask, or just kill it outright on the second run. However many runs it takes. That's what I'm going to keep for now. If you redeem for Wave 3 Mega, you do not need to actively participate. No, it would be the same as RP. But you can if you want. It'd be fine. If you want to become a useful job. The only difference is you have to make sure to be in XP range by the time we get to the Wave 3 Mega Boss. You can't just, like, AFK at the start and be out of range. You have to make sure you're in range when the time comes. You know? You beat on it with your Kraken Club? Probably, because I don't think you'll hit it regardless, so... Oh, Philra, you don't have a Leafkin Pearl yet? Are you crazy? Of course you can. Yeah, come get one. Can you find me right now? I have pearls. I'm shocked you don't have one yet. Yeah, that goes for anyone. If anyone needs a Leafkin Pearl on Ragnarok, you are more than welcome to join. The only thing is, keep in mind, only one pearl per real character, per main. We don't pearl mules, because we'll run out of room. Hey, whatever floats your boat. If you want to go puppet, you can go puppet. Oh, you want to do Sorky... Oh, post Sorky Ambu on Tuesday. Yeah, sure, Bacon. You can add that now. Tuesday... Bacon... Ambu. Got it. Okay, added. Okay, so is only Locke redeeming then? Hey, that's not a white mage. That's a cringe knight. Chat, look, a cringe knight. Oh, 2 cringe knights in a row. Locke is a cringe knight. The Bean is a cringe knight. Congrats on the Liberator. Hey, leave Samurai out of this. Nobody said anything about Samurai, okay? I was just talking about how the cringe knight. Whoa, 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 whoa. Samurai wasn't even part of the conversation. You're just talking about how cringe Dark Knight is. Chat always throwing Samurai randomly under the bus for no reason at all. Nuh-uh. Did Get Her Done need a Leafkin Pearl too? I'm locked in an immortal battle between Samurai versus Dark Knight. One job is the good guy, the other job is the bad guy. You can guess which one is the good one. It's the good job. I'm fighting for good. Justice and greatness. No, Samurai is the good job. Dark Knight is the evil job, working against all the good jobs in the game. Prove me wrong. I dare you, chat. Do it. In general, based off of vibes alone, samurais are just cooler in general. Smooth criminals. Samurai has the Bushido. The way of the warrior. No? Samurai has Tom Cruise, The Last Samurai, okay? How can you argue with that? Alright, I'm gonna assume this is all we have for the day then. This is all that's coming. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Ooh. Lost the riposte here. Demon Slayer is a samurai. Case in point. Checkmate. Think about how cool the Hashira are. Those are all samurai. The only Dark Knight are the demons, and those are the bad guys of the show. So, another good point. Why Dark Knights are bad and samurais are good. Demon Slayer. Paladin, so Blue Fencer, choose so Black Mage. Alright, I think I'm good to go. We don't have to do outside regen. Or do we? Or could we? pup tanking? No. Nobody's coming pup today, I don't think. Not this time. Okay. I mean, hypothetically, I could. I might. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Well, I'm just gonna go in. Sandy's kind of annoying in terms of getting the mega. Oh, I know what we could do. Okay, I'm going. I'm going. I'm gonna check jobs one more time. Red Mage. Bard. Core. Paladin. Geo. Alright, here we go. Oh, remember to fill your inventory, Lock. Oh, your characters. Campaign's over. That means it should be fine to fill inventory. You won't miss out on any personal stuff. Oh, you have to keep me a Roar Storm. That's the one thing I forgot. On Red Mage. Nobody else needs a Roar Storm, just me. For Seraph Blade. That's the wrong button. There we go, that's better. Okay, I need to figure out a bit of a path to the Mega over here. So give me a sec. People die, Yuna dances. But Tidus was dead the whole time. Dun dun dun. You have to say about that? He wasn't actually dead though. That wasn't even a spoiler. He was consciously impaired. Consciously challenged. I guess I could use the Mega as a TP mob too. Oh, it might not be worth using Auspice. It overwrites my end fire. Every time. I forgot about that. It's kind of shitty. You attack? Sure, if you can survive, go for it. Don't expect help from this party though. Get low. Yeah, I think we gotta move. Statues are about to respawn here. Run, run, run! Oh shit, yeah, they're aggroing. Yep, I aggroed. Uh-oh, am I dead? Oh god, look at all these mobs aggroing. Oh no. Well, let's die in a safe spot. Oh, we have a paladin. Try just easier to fight. Alright, noted for next time. Let's try to get to a safer spot before everything respawns and not aggro everything. Snakes are raid. Okay, gotta be really careful here. Let's wait for everything to go back. Make sure it's safe. I kind of wish I put more re-raise up. This is kind of fraught. All those are lullabied right now. Well, we killed the wave 1 mega, but we were not in a safe spot. We chain aggroed here. Gosh, is it safe? I don't think we can wait the full 3 minutes. I think you have to get up and put up re-raise immediately. And hope that nothing's awake. I think final answer. Re-raise, go! Okay. Probably raise Naya first or something. They're aggroed, so. How can I tag these? They went after Naya? Okay. Oh god. And I just killed Zoe. Oh! Well, that's not ideal. Oh, I just aggroed more. Oh, no, don't die again. I died. These fucking statues, man. God damn it. Oh, that sucks. Well, I had to sleep him again. Where's that guy going? Now that is okay. Was I wiping this again? No, I was trying to hold him on Paladin. So that was my main goal. Right here. Yeah, you're getting that. Maybe I'll run over here instead. Why am I taking so much damage on Paladin? I'm gonna die here on Paladin. Okay, maybe we are wiping again. Son of a bitch, man. Well, that sucks. God damn it. Son of a biscuit. Okay, yeah, we're just wiping again. It's kind of tilting. Thought Paladin could hold longer. Jesus, Blue could hold better than that. I don't know. I think if I just buff properly and I actually pull on Paladin, I can probably hold better instead of trying to do it like this. I was expecting this type of aggro early on, to be fair. I thought we would be in a safe spot and just going straight to halfless was the goal. Is it safe? Okay, we're going back. Oh. He's not safe. We gotta wait for him to go back, I think. I don't know where safe is. I don't know. I don't know where or what safe is. Okay, here we go. So we're just dealing with the entire alleyway right now. And it is safe right here. No shot! How does that aggro? The fuck out of here! What? How? Dude. I don't get it. How is that aggro? Are these sneak aggro? From 20 away? Did you see that? Okay, I'm gonna get up again on Zoid. This shouldn't aggro, right? No shot! That still aggroes! What the fuck? It's actually insane. What? You see that? That's a billion miles away. Okay, surely Naya won't aggro here. I aggro here! Dude! There's no fucking way! I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy. Let's just try to get up now. Get as many people up as you can. I think we can try to die in a safer spot. This is fucking crazy. Oh my god, I'm just getting destroyed on Paladin. I don't think I can survive this. I can't do anything. He's dead again. Yeah, are we safe? Is this safe? Ooh. Okay. This has been cringe so far. Fuck, I don't have tractor. This is so crazy. Like, this commander right here is aggroing Zoidberg right here. And then even when I was getting up on Naya, apparently that's aggro range too. Actually, I kind of want to raise Locke, third block, and let him be fodder so I can get up on other characters. Never mind, you fuck man. Good aggro. Son of a bitch. We all die again. Damn, man! I should have broken alliance there. I didn't think it would alliance aggro, but looks like they alliance aggro. I know. This is kind of fucking horseshit right now. It takes so fucking long. They're just in the worst spot possible. Actual worst spot possible. Okay, so maybe I need to like kick everyone who I want to raise and make sure it's safe, and if they, so we don't alliance aggro. Because I don't have Tractor on Ash. It's too new of a Geo. I never sub Black Mage on Ash. No way! That aggroed? What the fuck? That's serious? Are you actually kidding me right now? I moved like one step. Dude. That's crazy. It was like half a step to try to raise third lock again and recycling. What the hell? What the fuck is that aggro range? I'm up here. This is stupid. What the fuck is this zone? What the fuck is this aggro range? Alright, I think we're set up now. And it just chains so poorly, too. If it was just the NM aggroing, it's fine, but it chain links everything down there. Is this even safe? I don't even know. Apparently it is. I'm afraid to even move. It's like everything's gonna fucking aggro. Okay. Oh, that's terrifying. Hopefully I don't aggro from the bottom. Zoid will aggro for sure. Recycling will aggro for sure. So I feel like the best thing we can do right now is prep up Naya to hold and actually survive and hold. Now that we're actually fucking stabilized here. Probably fine. It's more frustrating, I think, than anything, how dumb this has been. A one little mistake in terms of, like, where we killed the wave 1 and how we died here is wasting this much time. If I had known, I would have just done it like normal. And I would just kill the statues one by one to here. Oh, is it safe to arise Zoid and range Zoid and recycle? Okay. Now we're fine. I should have just gotten the paladin situated sooner, in retrospect. Better. Is psychic double weak, you think? Oh, Horde Storm when you can. Really? Slept. Oh, great. Gosh. Is that a rise? Wait for rise. I'm gonna leave these now. Oh shit, I canceled the rise then, my bad. I need a new one on Ash. Okay. Okay. I want to skip all this. We have to start on the Mega Boss. We spent for 30 minutes trying to recover, get up there. In reality, all we want to do is skip everything and do this sooner rather than later. And recycle that stuff. Great. Okay, there's that. There's that. Let's get a new phalanx. Okay, let's move forward a little bit. Ugh. Oh, it's just invincible. What a dick. Really? Check, there we go. Am I forgetting a buff? My damage feels a little bit lower than it should be. Kinda. What? Come on! Oh, fuck, dude! Get the fuck out of here! I had, like, all tempers 2 procs, and I was slightly in front of it, and I just got countered into a fucking oblivion. Shit, man. You have got to be kidding me right there. Seriously. Fucking seriously. Man. I actually tilted. I just cannot, I can't do a single thing right tonight, can I? It's fucking doomed. Like, there wasn't even a chance to react to that. Like, I was just literally dead. Literally over. Couldn't even think of turning. Oh god, well. Recycling, no. Unfortunately, I think we'll still win. We'll still die. I'm still pretty tilted about that, though. Whoa! Ow! Oh boy. Thanks, dude. I wasn't in front of the NM. It was like that aggro from before. I just moved like half a step. A toe. I moved a toe. Died. I got Soul Voice back. I guess that's kind of cool. Okay, got a rebuff. Actually, I think I'm gonna stick with the game mine. Oops. Of course you full trust. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. Going on the White Mage Priest and then. That's this. Dang it. That's gonna fuck up my muscle memory a lot. Again. Did it again. The wrong fucking macro. Roar Storm when you get? Heat for Seraph Blade. There's Benny. Damn it! It's like too much time debuffing. I should addle it instead. Oh my god, it's Carolina. Again. Okay, definitely need to silence it first. Dude, no way. I still can't silence this fucker. And I pulled hate? There we go, finally. Watch it one-shot me. Yes, it did have shell. I think we do more. That did not land. Wow. Fucking sucks. This probably has shell too. My damage still feels like pitiful. $20K Seraph Blade with Frazzle and Temple 2 and Gain Mind? How is my damage so bad? Maybe it's out of Malaise range? Oh, okay. It might be. It's not in Malaise at all. I guess that would explain. It ran that far over? What the fuck, man? How? Oh my god. What, is it like melee mode now? Will fucking come in? Oh, yeah. It literally is melee mode now. Driving me damn crazy. There we go. Oh god, I just lost 8 too, though. Ow. That was kind of cringe. That's better. Slightly. That was not very good. 3K TP. How did I do this poll last time? I want to do 2 halos at a time, I think. Minimum. Should I rebuff here? Can do. Okay. Gotta remember to pull the white mage away. Probably the blue also. We got 2 white mages. Oh, we got a white mage. And a blue. I want to kill the blue and the white mage separately. Hello, where's the white mage? There we go. That one, now blue. One shot that. Okay, now I need to saboteur. Silence the illusionist. Oh wait, let's tag on the... Oh, I need like silent and stuff on the paladin to be able to cast. Oh shit. Oh shit. What? What the fuck happened to all of our buffs? What just happened? Seriously, what the fuck just happened? What keeps happening? I'm so fucking confused. How did I just lose literally all my buffs? Like, something just pulled the spell. What did the... What the fuck just did that? Seriously. Summoner? Who's Fenrir? Wait, did it take my food too? Fucking dumbass bull fucking shit. I'm gonna have to Asylum. Asylum go. Maybe even Benny. The debuffs become too much. God damn it. I'm just about to die. Fucking sailor. Okay, this is way better. And I should do gain int, actually. AE is unironically better than Seraph Strike for this. Feels like. As long as you pull enough NMs. You 50k per AE, and it hits everything. That's about as much as Seraph Strike does, and that only hits one thing. Storm? Is that my hidden buff? I guess if we want to truly min-max, we can, like, Aurora Storm when I Seraph Blade, and then when we AE during the big pulls, can Windstorm? For AE mode? Damn composure yet. Well, my composure got dispelled before, you dick. What do you expect, Ken? Fucking summoner took it. Getting tired of this, like, anything that can go wrong will go wrong bullcrap. Like, I know what to do. I've done this before. But all this stupid random shit keeps happening. Like the aggro in Wave 2. That was horseshit. That should not have happened. That was silly. And like, even then, it shouldn't be that hard to recover from it, either. Oh, Aqua Veil. I need a session Aqua Veil. for Naya to tag and shit. Once in a while. Let's go to the next camp. Actually, where is the next camp? Actually, we're staying here for the camp. My bad. My bad. My bad. Let's stay here. Where do I pull from? No, well, shut up, Ken. I did already pull this one. Okay, yes, so we are moving camp. My bad. We are moving camp to here. To the auction house. Oh no, it's Rex too? I'm shocked Rex even left the zoo. Seems like his new favorite place now. Surprised he had time for us. I have temper. I don't need haste though, I'm doing double magical, or double marches. Fine, it makes you happy. Okay. I'm pulling the Chocobo stable and to the gate over here. Next camp will be over here by the gate. Remember this pull last time? This one seemed familiar? Let's see. Let's see how it goes today. Hopefully slightly better. Does it look familiar? Hopefully it goes slightly better than yesterday. Or last run. A red mage. And a white mage. Okay, I gotta pull the other shit now. Oh, there's a white mage. nice and early, Benny. Second. Well, I guess I can kill the core. What else was there? There's a red mage. I gotta pull the red mage. Oh, and the beast. Almost forgot about the beast. How about that charm? Charm was not great last time. Good. Now the red mage. Find it. There we go. Okay. Now I can pull it. Okay. Salt the dagger. Tag. What? What the fuck killed Ash? What the fuck was that? It was so laggy I didn't actually see anything. Just kinda was dead. Okay. Oh shit, I told Hate. I have a feeling these all have shell. I do need to figure out this spell gun. Would definitely be worth it. Oh, that's why. It's the wyvern that's hitting me, not the NMs, so that's fine. And it's the ads that are making everything move. which is pretty annoying, but I'm not gonna step in it. There we go, that's more like it. I'm getting the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it. Controller died. Got this fucking wyvern. Make it move again. There, that's dead. Monk's dead. And Dragoon is like 1%. So. Alright, cool. I'll do Halos later. That was not a good game. That's good. We're still in cleave mode. I'm pulling the next batch of 2, set of 2 for AE. Maybe I can do 3 actually. Nah, I'll stick with 2. I'm not gonna go too insane here. Geo and Shinobi. Cool, cool, cool. I might die to Shinobi if I get midgened on Paladin. That might be lame. I don't see any white mages. It was Summoner, but it's Shiva. Can Shiva dispel? I'm mostly fine here. Huh. Okay, careful. I'm tagging. Oh shit, the Vina just crashed. Oh, that's not good. Bro. Oh no, I just got slashed. No, no. Oh. No. No, the Geo. Fuck. Ow. Kinda wrecked here. Save me, Locke. Save the paladin. No, I died. Fuck me. Oh, it's too late. It's death. Oh, well, good. You're back in time to run away. Locke. I wouldn't log back in yet. Wait until they leave. I was healing. I was getting chunked. I healed 4 times. You scroll up. There was too many mobs on me and they're all flanking me. Alright, you should be good to come in now. Unfortunate white mage crash. Okay, stop, stupid. Your strategies are awful, Daywalker. Awful. Not helpful at all. Can I pull while weak? I'm gonna try. We don't really have a lot of time left, so I feel like I have to kind of YOLO BOLO if we want to get the clear. Can't wait around for absolute perfection. Should be like a Beast NM and a... Joiner. God damn it, it is a Joiner. Maybe I won't pull that for now. think if I pull the joiner, I'll die. Then again, I can't really wait either. So maybe I will pull the joiner. Fuck it. Is there a beast in here? There is a beast. I have to pull that. You might have to try to stay out of range with a joiner, in case if it does entomb. Don't get hit by entomb. Whatever happens. Oh. Actually de-aggroing, or what's going on here? Oh, yeah. Bastard. Okay, I'm here. God, don't die, Ash. Sorry. Okay, I think that's everything. Alright, I gotta do paladin stuff. Careful, I'm tagging. Okay, next up I have to silence the joiner. And then I can cleave. God, it just will not go. Please! Silence already! How many Munibreaks does it take? I got it. Okay, okay. Moving in, moving in. Shit. Button. Oh. Sure, sure. Wait, did it just kill my bubble? Not yet. Now it's on a bubble. I can't freeze. The Battle of the Geo. If devotion's up, can you devotion the Cheetah? Ash? He's running a little bit low on it. He can't believe it. In concept I have this, it's just about executing properly on the polls and such. If they give the wave 2 shenanigans didn't happen. Oh, what the hell? It died again. Man, Ash's bubbles just get destroyed apparently. Wild. These all have shell or something? This one. Some of them had shell. Hey, a midget and I actually survived. Cool beans. I'm fucking worried. There's so many halos to kill. This is the problem. This is all the Volt. There's so many halos to kill still. Alright, I'm in Sarah Play mode now. What works is there? Normally I wouldn't, like, mind not having Roar Storm, but... Oh, is it the blind? Okay, my bad. My buffs are hidden right now on my screen. I can't see it. Who am missing? It must be the... one of them is the Roar Storm. Roar Storm, really? That'd be quick. So we can go this way. One, two, three. We still have 4 halos to kill. Man, too many halos. Okay, this is going a bit quicker now. This is better. But I get the feeling we're gonna be in the exact same position as last time. All the halos will be dead with 10 minutes remaining, and it won't. We'll be like 5 minutes short of actually being able to kill the Mega. So it's like a repeat. Just came out of nowhere? He left, then came back. You're just going gosh. Ash's Leafkins are just paper. They get blown up like crazy. Why is that? Do master levels give Leafkins more HP or something? Oh my god, it got this bug off. Really? Really? Oh, I don't have a red lotus blade macro, do I? Got Singing Blade. Looks like moves. I don't have interest on Ash, no. I'm using a non-interest Geo. I shouldn't need it, Cap DT. Skipping orcs. Get out of here, orcs. Got shit to do. Okay, Stables, Halo, and then we're good for Mega. Our time's a little bit better than I thought it would be. The worst ever. Yeah, Naya's my interest Geo, so... I have to go. I'm going Paladin. Unfortunately, my Geo is also my stage 5 Prime Shield character. Whoops. Mistakes were made. Nope. Oh. Who's that on? Oh, nice. I got it on die-in time. I honestly want to do bigger pulls in the future. I want to do 3 to 4 Halos at once from now on. Not 2. Might be a little bit more risky, but the time it would save, crazy. Also, I don't want to fuck up the wave 1 and 2 stuff either. Wait, did I miss that? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I'm working on coalitions now on Ash. Now I know. There's an 11. It took me a little longer to get set up than I would have liked, but... $50K? That's kind of bullshit. The Battle Mage is doing just fine. We had an unfortunate wave 2 and an unfortunate crash. And an unfortunate full dispel on the first pull here. Oh, we forgot to re-raise for Odin, but I don't feel like we're killing it this run. 50% in 4 minutes? Yeah, probably not. Get it to 40? I was hoping you'd get it to 40. One more set of ads. Maybe? Shit, maybe not. Gosh, Corvus, there's so many bolts in it. Kinda crazy. Ooh, Bardlock got destroyed. Ooh. It's in spam circle blade mode right now. Careful. Okay, here comes ads. Oh wow, the ads are over there. Oh no, the Paladin's dying. Paladin's gonna die. Paladin's dead. GG. I'm dead. Oh, I didn't ballad the white mage, so ran out of MP. My bad. Yeah, we were at 10 seconds anyways. Didn't matter. What's that? Sub 40? 38? 39? Technically better. Technically a slight improvement. I think the mega part's the easy part. Should I get there with enough time, essentially? Now I have some adjustments to make. That was my first time barding for Wave 3, so I'll add some ballads to the Geo and the White Mage for next time. I I see the potential. I see the refinements that can be made, and the time that can be saved, and the kills. I wonder if Locke was here last time. I mean, you got 50% HP off the mask last time. You got 60% equivalent this time. Chat 70% mask, so either next time you're gonna fill your mask or we're gonna get the flat out kill. Either or. One or the other. I think the most annoying part about that run was the Wave 2 bullshit. That was the most tilting. That Wave 2 stuff drove me crazy. And it took the most time, too. That was like a full 30, 40 minutes, I think, trying to recover from Wave 2. I will not admit that was funny. That was not funny at all, actually. It was the opposite of funny. It was death. It was bullpucky. It is not worth... No, actually, the VOD has been deleted, actually. There is no VOD of today's stream. Nope. Nothing. All gone. Never happened. I don't know if you actually want race 2. You have master levels or not. Dude, that aggro range was so horseshit. I was so far away. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I want a refund on that. That was horseshit. Died at a safe range, but apparently no, it's not even a safe range. Livid. Okay, cool. That worked. And Davina can just keep whatever you got. Hopefully Locke filled inventory and you didn't jack any of our swords or anything. Cycling get more. Oh, never mind. There it is. And then hopefully in the future when we can start cleaving more wave 1, 2, and 3, we'll get way more kill per run. It's been kind of meh past 2 runs, but we're learning. We're improving. We're getting better. It's gonna suck for now, but we'll refine from now. No, don't send me. No, you keep them. No, that's the whole point. And if loading kept coming, he could keep his drops too. We're just gonna let him floor. old school rules. Just keep what you get. I purposely didn't set quartermaster today. Oh, okay. Am I gonna charge you for your 3 old cards? Yes, I am. That would be 50 million gil per old card, actually, that you got. Thank you. Alright, and then next run we'll try for early Wednesday. Per ball, it'll be early on Wednesday before sortie instead of late. Okay, early Wednesday. So probably around we would have to enter by 5. So on Wednesday it would depend when we do our Odyssey stuff. We can either do Dynamis right away when we get on, or wait and do Odyssey stuff first, and then enter Dynamis by 5 Central, and then sortie at 7. That's the plan. But okay, chat, that is gonna do it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much, as always, for tuning in, hanging out. And as always, thank you guys so much, truly. I know I say it every day, and it's kind of like on repeat, but thank you guys so much. It is very appreciated. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday, so we got our Leafkin Omen on top of all the other stuff we can potentially do. But thank you guys again. Have a great day, great night. Take care. See ya. Dang it, Locke. We'll do those tomorrow.
Leafkins gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.